him, guy is on the rotation for the whole month. Channel O pays Capasso, pays Samuel, pays. There's a system. Then guess what? Because there's no publishing details about the fire song that is going on rotation for the whole month in South Africa. The money goes in an account is called a suspense account. It's just here. So there's over 100,000 rands of uncollected musical royalties from artists in Botswana who were being played in South Africa. Just one country, in South Africa, because of publishing details. Who do we send the money to? They don't pay the artist. Because bots, okay, can I be on record? Because bots pays you guys. No, it's a fact. Because bots pays artists directly. No, it's a fact. Because bots pays artists directly. They pay you directly.
It's a fact.
Directly, right? Certainly will attest, maybe he will negate. In South Africa, they pay publishing, record label pays you. Hence why you have, I can give you a simple example in terms of South Africa. They will say, no, empty, because of the deal they signed. But I know for a fact, Motlapele Muruli, because of Momili. No, the thing is, first name basis, government. So when the Sambro check goes to him, I get a Sambro is about you as that's Cosmos equivalent, right? Okay, Cosmos in Uganda does a lot of things. Says Sambro, Capasso is. That's why I'm saying we don't have a music industry. That will say middle time when you sell CDs, right? When you sell CDs, there's an organization called Sampra. That's for mechanical. That's for your CDs, right? So we don't have, honestly, we don't have a music industry. When we had a music industry, then we'll have different organizations performing different things for the music industry.
You don't even have a major record label.
No, I'm major, man.
You are.
I got an artist here. Ask him, man. He was playing in the US, man. I'm major, man. Sorry. My time, bro, my time. And I didn't have to ask for questions. Because me, I'm just an educator. So the importance of publishing is that, especially now in the digital age, let me tell you one uncollected royalty in the job. Simple. Digital age now. Y'all use TikTok, right? Okay, I don't. Cool. Right. Do you know that? Very important now. Do you know that every musical sound background that the video does, right? It's considered as streaming. Yo, actually have been on the list, let's say. Every time when a TikTok video plays,
Somebody gets paid.
the music song, the track, the background track, it earns streaming royalty. Every time when you're looking at an Instagram reel, that musical composition that is playing earns royalty. Every time when you're on Facebook, you see a video and there's a musical track playing, it earns royalty. The unfortunate part, like I said earlier on in our country, you will have conscious ears having somebody use that music in a video, it goes viral. But then there's no publishing details that Byte Dance, is it Byte?
Yes, Byte.
The owner, the company that owns TikTok pays to all the CMOs across the world. Like I said, that's not closing. Come down. Right? So that means every time when you're playing, when that thing is playing, you like it. Right? You're using his track. But because there's no publishing details when the music is streamed, you don't know where to send the money at. And that's another simple. Number two, do you know that I love the track that he made with him and him. I love it subconsciously. I get on YouTube. And then because I didn't find it, I put it out there on YouTube. Out of love. Half of the music in Botswana was uploaded by people who just for the love. Every time when you find a song that has just let's say maybe 1 million views, right? 1 million views. Because now that music is not published anywhere else. Back in the day, what they used to do is that the channel owner, the person who uploaded, is the one who gets But then they find that there's a normal person that doesn't even know what music thing is. It's just that they upload it for the love. That means that money goes what? To the sustenance account of YouTube. Because there's no way to pay. We're now looking at publishing details. Because our platforms, we don't pay individuals, we collector societies are the ones who collect. And then they will, based on registrations in their respective countries, say that this song is owned by Prince, and then Prince, okay, record label shop. Prince of the record label is like, but it was made by E, by a fella, by this one, by this one, by this one. That means now, according to how they agree on the musical contracts, that's how the money gets shared. And like I said, the most important part we need to always remember now, whatever you do you know that lyrics are reference? Musical lyrics, they are reference. Somebody can cite the lyrics in a movie. Hence why the word comes in was asking about scores. And by the fact that she mentioned that one line of yours, but if the lyrics are not published, it's like, yo, we just found them there. Who does it belong to? We don't know. But we will wait for them to come knock on our door to say, hey, where's Nazaga? Unfortunately, I will give the last example why publishing is very important. There's an artist called Frost Legato. He made a track called Ula. Ula in Denmark, in Danish, means something else. Right? That song blew up in Denmark. Proportionally. That even if we go on the YouTube comments and you translate, they'll ask me, yo, how can you book this guy? When is he coming? Where is he from? And why is he making a song about, in that language, means something else? One is, come. But because there was no publishing going along with the song, he couldn't capitalize on it. He couldn't go further with the song. Just basic thing of registration. When, if I blow up in the US, if I blow up in the US, how do I benefit? Why is it important for me to have my music registered? Why is it important? Because either way, like I said, I gave Faz an example earlier on. He does music. He can still opening a separate company to be a publisher. Yes, be a publisher. But then he needs someone to administer the publishing wing, who understands how music and copyright and everything works. Right? So a publisher is always the administrator to make sure that when they say fella 5 times, He knows he makes one table 5 times. Where that one table going? That's the most important part. Champion said it is something very important. Upcoming artist, budding artist, Mr. Guitarist. He said, we have seen Andres Bob die a pauper, but he was on RB1 every Sunday when you wake up, the Pinelema walk. Fact. That's a fact. Over a span of 2 decades, 3 decades even. They still play them. But because 30 years ago we didn't have structures, that means he was big, you will know, I know, fellas on radio every Sunday. But there's no financial benefit to fella being on radio for 3 decades. Hence why now the publisher comes in. If you look at our statistics from our Copyright Society of Botswana, being called boss, the last of February, 70% of money from radio goes outside the country. Sony would want that music. When you play Michael Jackson and 1995 Thriller, Sony is going to come for that money. Because they have measures in place, and that music is published. They don't care. If you're going to start your new podcast and you play somebody's music, just know that I will knock on your door and say, that's an Easter egg. When you say, no, I'm promoting an E, I'm like, I want that money. And yes, right now, podcasters are giving a. But it's not like we're not watching, we're waiting for that bill here a million. We're waiting for that thing to go, because if it's on Spotify nowadays doesn't want to fuck around. It write the numbers like, this person gets 100,000 streams per month, 10,000 streams per month. Like, okay, so that's 5,000 streams per month. Okay, cool. Let me go look at the airplay. They had a song of the podcast, the episode that my artist is on. So then, okay, from that 5,000, so this guy, and then he's actually leading. The podcast that has his music is leading. So I'm like, yeah, good lady, I want my money. I want my money because that's my artist. And that music is registered. And guess what? Here's the record that is registered. That is the role that I play now in my country. I make sure that the music is registered. Whether you're playing it, whether it's playing on YouTube, whether it's playing on Channel O, wherever it is playing, I make sure that at least that music is registered. Because, like we said, like Chef said, you will never know when is your biggest moment in music. What we might deem as a wax song in Botswana, it might be big in Nigeria. No, I can give you an example. One, Mafura Fura, Hensi, Mafura Fura, produced by Very Boy featuring Hensi. It was #1 in a radio station in Nigeria. We like it here, we play it, we jam it. They didn't play it in SA radio station that much, but it became #1 on the charts in a particular radio station in Lagos. But then because of it might not be a lot of money, but it's professionalism. It gets you comfortable. Yeah, Mr. Sarah, you were asking?
Thanks into it. In terms of publishing and collections, I just wanted to understand when you mentioned Mauritius and all these countries, whether us as a country, Botswana, I don't know how it works, maybe you can educate, have we signed treaties and ratified all these treaties with other countries to be able to collect for them and then collect for us and give them all these royalties back in the distribution to the artists?
Yes, sir. Cosboss has been signing. They signed because you see, Samro. The reason why they moved from South African music to Southern African music was on that fact. Cosboss is affiliated Capasso. Capasso is the one that collects money from digital streams. Your TikToks, your YouTubes, your Apple Music, your Spotifys, your Deezers. That's what Capasso does on behalf of Cosmos. So what they do then, they give Cosmos, right? Because what they have seen, as in from a measuring perspective, is that because the music in Botswana is not published a lot, but there is that little calculation that like, okay, no, but this is a song from BW. Okay, let me put it in simple terms. You use DistroKid to put your music online. On your forms, you write how you're an artist from Botswana. Capasso, within all these things, they already know within the digital platforms and digital content aggregators, Africom, Africori, right? They already know. That's why we cannot just put your music on iTunes directly. You can put your podcast directly, but not your music. Because of registrations, then you have to understand what I mean. It was given to me by DistroKid, but the person who gave me the song says they are from Botswana. So what Capasso does is that he's collecting for half of, say, Africa within the digital platforms. So what they do is that last month, Cosmos started giving people royalties from streaming based on the reports from Capasso. So to go and have Cosmos affiliate Mauritius, Zimra, Zesco, Namibia becomes a financial serious process. So now what they've done is that because the market across is more mature, they are doing the job for unmature markets. So me playing on, like I said, on TikTok, it's connected by Capasso, because then took Cosmos. Hence why earlier when I said about it, Cosmos is doing like 5 jobs. In other countries, it's done by different entities. And that's why when artists cry, Cosmos, there's like, but you don't understand what these people are doing. And at the same time, on record, they honestly do not have enough human resources that understand how all these things work. They are doing it as it comes and as it goes. Emma.
So that's my last answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Especially in relation to that.
Emma.
So you'll see sometimes if you use somebody's track, even if you credit. So Instagram at some point you could credit that
Mute.
song, and then it will let you pay. Nowadays it doesn't allow you to do that at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes it will give you regional restrictions.
Yes, ma'am.
So it'll say you can use the song, but understand the video won't be viewed in certain markets because it's owned by solely BMG. So
Yeah.
as an example, what does that mean for the markets where now the video is played? Because where it isn't playing, obviously it means that Sony's got the rights over those markets. So does it mean that the music is not published in the other markets, or I don't know if my question makes sense.
Yeah, it does, it does.
The way that okay, cool.
When you distribute music, there's a thing called territory.
Sorry, when you distribute music.
When you distribute music,
Yeah.
there's territory. You choose the territory that you want your music to be played at. You can say all, or you can just say, for example, simple example, you can listen to his original song, then they mute it by the copyright, because of copyright, on a video, because they know what it is, and now you have to pay for this part. But when it comes to, you don't have access to this music, it's the record label or the distributor choosing not to have this music playing in Botswana, or not playing in a particular region.
Thank you.
Sir?
Yeah. Can I add? Because in the whole industry, you see, like these guys who are always here attending, right? There are pirates out there in every situation. So, because I've been in the industry for a long time.
Yes, sir.
I've seen the last time this gentleman here, I did a small video. I had a small camera. He brought COVID from, the last, is it the GIMC?
Yes, sir.
They brought COVID here. We were doing a place. We were with this guy, gentleman. They were out there. I came in a small car. I had a small car. This camera is big. So that's the same
Yes,
camera I
sir.
did my video. So I just took a clip of it and then broke it. So I told everybody out there, I didn't put my own video with this small car. Now I bought bigger equipment. So I mean, it's necessary when you're going inside this industry. know there are a lot of pirates, guys who are ready to take advantage of you. I like you here and collaborate. I believe in collaboration because I'm a friend to a lot of promoters. Example, PIMP. You know him? Sadly is one of my guys. The first time I saw Sadly, very people, it was with Mampis. Mampis, I grew up with him in face too. So
Okay.
I told him, he told me he's a rapper. I told him, okay, just do me a freestyle. When we say the lodge, I booked that lodge. Ask Mampis is my guy. I grew up with him. So I told him, just do me a freestyle. He couldn't do a freestyle, I told him, just get a job from Mampis. Do something. That was a big producer.
All right, cool.
So what I'm telling you is,
Not to cut you short. Not to cut you short. Not to cut you short. Sorry. Not to cut you short. Because I'm left for 7 minutes. Let me finish. We'll take it offline. What is important from what you're asking and what he was asking is what role then is a music publisher important? In the sense that if I can choose what region I want my music to be playing at, that means I've identified the market. What we used to do back in the day, when I was in my other life doing mobile applications, I used to choose markets. In 2010, Egyptian market was the more mature market in South Africa. So I used to make content strictly for Egypt. On the store, when you open it in Botswana, you're going to see it, but it's going to say it's not available in your country. So when it comes to that conversation part is YouTube. Now that's an executive decision by the record label. Hence why we saw it on Twitter with videos. Football videos. Look at what no, not available in your region. It just shows you, no, this is just going to be playing in the UK. Or this is going to be playing in the US. And that's it. But as my closing remarks to all these artists, included you, white rapper. One, in Botswana, there's one that kills Botswana artists. One, DIY. They want to be the manager, the producer, the mixer, the mastering guy, the radio guy. They want to do everything. Of which is not killing them. A lot. A beautiful song that you will make, that you want to hear. Because he doesn't like this guy at the radio. He's not going to submit to that radio station, he's not going to submit to where his friends are. Then you gotta come to a person like me, like you don't submit the music on WhatsApp. But now gonna tell me, look, I'm feeling bro. There's this movie that I'm looking for sound score. And then I send you music on WhatsApp. And then you're like, okay, this is a nice track, I want to hear again. Here's the one hand. How can I move on? I'm not then they hear the song playing on TV. It's like, hey, professionalism. We honestly lack professionalism in Botswana. We don't have it. Let me just put it bluntly. We don't have professionalism. Within the music business, I don't know about other stuff, I don't want to talk about other stuff, as in the music business. We don't have professionalism. Understanding that when Bonoro says, hey man, I like your music, can I talk to your peoples? Sure. Or can you have a meeting at Notwani 2:30? Come with your peoples. You're going to bring me, you're going to bring the other legal person there, but no. If we agree, we give them a contract on the spot. They will read and take to their lawyers. Comes along, late, rude. Hence why, honestly, that's why the music earlier on, the question you asked about sound scores, is why nobody is uptaking the music. Because in other markets, before I get to Sagile, I need to talk to Eddie and talk to Prince, because it's a chain of professionalism. So, in closing, oh man, I got a minute.
60 seconds. That you're giving yourself.
I got a minute. I can rap in Turkey. I gotta give myself freestyle, man. E on the left side of my hand. Bring rappers, I can kill them all. Say Jesus, hallelujah. Just to close up, Emma. Oh, sorry.
But hopefully this adds to your closing, but essentially this feels like a conversation about protecting your intellectual property.
Yes, ma'am.
In a nutshell. The way in which you spoke about it, to me, it sounds like you're not talking to a beginner. You're talking to someone who is at least intermediate on their way to one opportunity away from being advanced. But let's talk to the people who are just getting started, because even those people who need the help need that foundational help as well. So what can you say to encourage someone? Because you talked about a lot of costs, and we know one of the biggest problems to being successful as an entrepreneur is money. So how can you encourage, or what is a strategy, or 1, 2, 3 steps that somebody who does not have those things in this country can get to you? Because if you're saying it's important that they be published, and you know, I want to just let everybody know we're not Jay-Z.
Yes.
We're not Jay-Z yet.
Yes.
So yes, there's going to be content that gets out there and people are going to use it. And sometimes it's a benefit at your lower level status when you can't afford to get something out. Sometimes you're happy somebody took your stuff. So it's got out there. What's the 1, 2, 3 step process that somebody who feel the challenges in Botswana can get to you?
Straight. And this is where I wear my exact head now. The reason why I jumped is because Chavito said it. Actually, he mentioned it as in the first part, the content creation part, about having the team, understanding this. So, as a novice, like this.
Yeah, they don't have a team, they don't have one.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. As a novice, I'm going to pick him as a novice. I don't know whether he's a novice or not. As an example, guinea pig. As a novice, one thing you have to understand, one thing they need to do. One, research. Research, as Sibito said, understand how all these little things work. By the time when we are at least started calling me, at least you understand. Also, have honest conversations with the people who are making music for you. What we have seen now in this current times is that now the young man is going to make his own beats, he's going to record himself, he's going to mix himself, he's going to master himself because he doesn't want to go red tape off spending money that he doesn't have. He has a laptop, he has a mic. He has that on the track. Now the next step goes back to step number 1, researching and understanding that I have a song now. What do I need to understand? Who do I need to talk to? Do I go and say, become a friend with AD because AD knows Prince? Or do I go to the radio station and say, how do I submit my music? What forms do I need to fill? So then there's no middleman. Since he already cut the middleman by recording himself, mixing himself, and mastering himself. Then you go to the radio station, you go to TV. What type of quality do you want on videos that play on TV? Sharp. Get all the details, and then since it's like, okay, the process of submitting music in Yarn FM, in SABC, in this radio station is ABCD, because that's the standard thing. If it's playing on RB2, it's going to play elsewhere if you're following the steps. If you want it to play on BTV, these are the steps. If you play on BTV, chances are, if I send it to these other channels, it might play because it met their normal standards. So that's when it comes now on them now making it as a business, because then they're going to dedicate time to it. As a startup. The only thing that is a challenge, context-wise, he'll be good, he's a good guitarist. Challenge is that he's still the mom, he has to go to school. There's a passion, he has to go to school, so he doesn't have that time to move in between to understand as a novice.
He's overcome all of those challenges, and he needs to get to you. What does he do?
714165668.
I'm just saying.
I know. Just what he needs to do now is what I've been advising all of these people. It's simple. Reach out, ask questions, understand before I put a publishing contract in front of you. And that's what usually, what I've been doing is we'll talk, take your time, go ask other guys who think they know, come back, say like, let's do this, I give you the contract, and you understand, take it to your lawyer, take it to anybody who can read English and legal English, and come back. So that is what I've been doing. I'm not a shark, unfortunately, because I could have been owning a lot of music in this country. But I push it back like, and the most important thing that I've always been telling all these artists, him will tell you, they are licensing me the music to put it out there. I don't own it. The contract says you own your copyright. Unless then you say, I'm broke, man, I need $100. Oh shit, I'll give you $200 and then own that music. So as a novice, we've been saying it 13 years now on radio. 13 years. As a novice, understand this. Mothers, you have a son who plays a piano. This is what you need to know, understand how this music industry works. So we've been educating. It goes back to one thing that we keep on doing. Educating because we're not built. And no one else?
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I don't know if I'm jumping ahead or not, but is this something you can speak about later on, about how artists can create and own their own catalogs? Because I feel like it's a part of a conversation that is not, I don't know anything about it, and I don't know who the right person is to ask about that. Just understanding what is a catalog, how do you start one or own one, and what is the due process of it. So between the two of you, I'm not really sure if you or both of you. And then the other issue was how then are the rates and standards of airing or broadcasting artist music determined according to the institutions in South Africa? Because you said Cosbox has to now rely on, is it Capasso to collect on their behalf? Yes, and so do artists also on the back end have some kind of platform that says to them that your publisher or your record label is getting this much streams from X channel, so you know the money they're going to pay you, can actually look at it against something. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just checking myself. All right, that's it.
On point number one, yes sir. I'm just answering and I'll be out.
I'm sorry, I wasn't sure if it's for Sakila or for.
No, he will give you his version. Let me give you my version to answer question number one. In terms of cataloging, it's a creative process. In terms of him and me, record label wise, let's make a catalog. Let's make more from this. So generally here, cataloging is obscure, right? So the second part, in terms of portals, digital distribution has made it easier to not lose me and register. Let's give you an example with DistroKid. Register yourself, see how many streams you're getting, you're being paid, blah 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 blah. That platforms are now there. Hence right now we're having more indie artists who are not signed to major labels, or let me say traditional music labels. Not everybody's doing their DIY by themselves. But what I've seen as a challenge, a local artist did the whole DIY stuff. DistroKid is a registered company in the US. In the US, to take money from the US, you need to register with IRS. And once you get a tax clearance, that's when your money leaves. That's why now people like me become important. You can DIY, but eventually you will see that you made $10,000. But then you made $10,000 from a company registered in the US. That is paying tax. That is called direct income. That means you have to pay tax too. You have to understand how registration works. That is where then I come in. So the platforms are doing DIY. But then you're still going to need someone who understands how the whole process works. Then you can have your money and say, oh, snap, I made 1 million streams, I was paid 10,000 kula. Here's my 10,000 kula, guys. So yes, the platforms are there, they can DIY, but then it still goes back. A lot of guys have their money withheld because of such issues.
No, it wasn't an issue of DIY, it was an issue of understanding for the accountability perspective. not about date, just to get the numbers to know whether you.
Emma, no.
Yeah.
That part I got. Which is important. I want to come back. What happens is that radio airplay. Simple example, radio airplay. There's a monitoring company called Radio Airplay in South Africa that monitors. That does the whole monitoring on how many songs are being played. Look at your song, how many times did it play? I'm just finishing a question, bro. Yeah. How many times your track was played? Yeah. So what happens is that then, from that report, they submit it to the new assembly. Because the assembly is the one who determines, okay, there's a set standard Yamadi to be paid. Yeah. For it has my hair.
The microphone is hot. That's how long this black man has been talking. He spoke longer than his hair. Yeah?
That's why I say, cut your hair, sir.
I know you like my hair. Don't worry about it. All right, guys. Thank you so much, Mr. IT. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And again, he's very available. If you want to talk to him on the side and ask him some personal questions about your career, like a one-on-one about your career and about your IP, then seek him out. He'll definitely lend you an ear. It's time for food now. I see you guys are already eating. Please, we're gonna break off for 30 minutes. Okay, we're gonna eat. I would like for us to talk. Remember, this is also about networking. Let's talk to each other. And then after that, we'll come back and we will continue. So 30 minutes, 30 minutes is actually 45 minutes. We are going to be back here at 10 past 4. 5. It's past 5. My watch is telling me.
See why you just cut your hair, bro?
My hands, I can't see my hands, it's too much gold in there. Yeah, anyway, 10 past 5, we're back here, alright? Alright guys, enjoy your break and we'll see you in a bit. If you don't have food, please see me. I have food for the people who do not have food. Thank you. For spices, please go back to the food stall and put your spices that side. Thank you.
Hey, my brother. Thanks. Can I do a video?
Play some hip hop. Yo.
Hey, the DJ is coming back.
Kita gede kasih
Cuando me la ¿cómo que le quedaste cerrado? Digo, vamos a poner ahí. Para
Hey, this burger shit. Oh.
Oh, yeah, meat.
You want meat?
I want everything.
This is the burger.
That man said he's gonna make a special one for me.
You still wouldn't have a trust. There's validity in working on all of that at the same time. It's still premium, right? If I'll take your stuff back,
Yo.
right? It's not gonna
I managed to get that to higher res. I don't know how do I get it from my laptop.
Actual numbers.
But there are also golf courses here, things like that. I don't understand.
Somewhere.
But there's some.
Behind these cables, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure it's like 7 sticks
Nah.
right there.
And then you can ask,
Just what?
do you do like a different type of program where they're instead of
Good job.
So
You must Yes. Let's try.
So many people are
say less, then we need to merge.
So I want to come, but the right way.
No, we're not gonna ask. No, I don't agree with that.
Why? We need to start somewhere. I don't care if it's a problem.
I thought about it, and then I
Start
worked
the
out the
second
problem
round.
now.
Start the second round. That's fine.
Okay, that's true,
You'll
you're right.
always still be better than you were before.
You're right.
And then also one of the things that I really learned when you're are don't know what you think you know what you think you want, right? Always what goes on with give enough information about you. You didn't even ask,
Yeah.
right? When I said you're a rapper, I didn't ask you how actually think about it. So now when you start giving out that information, when it does come to someone who might have something to say, you know they can mobilize. You gave that. Alright, so let's say you're in the you know, like taking yourself down. Then even if I ask you to do my makeup, I'm gonna charge you respectable price. You don't even think that you're a respectable artist. Be careful about how you speak about yourself. Because if you're the first person that you're getting acquainted with, then they don't know. So whether it's fake to make it their way too long going on Wednesday, but don't give all of that. The person who does it, they'll want to help you. We should always be even more confident. You know?
I take that.
Because no one will know unless you tell them. So that's not hard to tell. People want to know the truth. See, everybody
I'm getting the job done.
Everybody will always want to know how what you do. They don't care if the path
Everything else.
and then yeah, like even me as a makeup artist, like you know those people who go to school for makeup artistry, you know how to do that. I'm self-taught, but I also trained by like one of the best makeup companies around. Like I just say I do makeup. My employees was certainly to afford that. Like that I didn't mention all of what I think I didn't have or the lack of confidence that I might have set in. That's what we all have. They're only gonna start loving you, and it's just like that, right? If you don't know a very high standard, this is what I want and what I need. They're not. Wherever you give them, it shows that you know them. That's what it's on. And it's probably gonna be somewhere lower. That's how you let it know. Thank you for that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, big part of it. Yeah. It was nice to meet you. Yeah.
I'm telling you all the time. Look, I work in
Get out of there. Don't be a stranger.
I won't be a stranger. Let me check.
Like,
It's a different phone.
There's somebody. So you don't have to.
alright guys, be safe. Next, and our next meeting come back. All in March, we're gonna have a meeting on Friday. If there's another big event. There's a bigger event called. The event is not the month after that. We'll share it, huh? You know what I'm saying? This is like-
time I close on day. When I start, I'm here.
So you
Yeah. I think Prince is going to go next. Then after that, just
Hello. The people outside, I wasn't playing.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious. I wasn't playing.
Oh my
I'm not playing.
Oh my
And this is just 2 or 3.
That's hilarious.
The people outside, please come back in. It's 2 or 3. Yeah. 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 There's one more left. The people outside, please come back in. Let's start again.
It's so funny.
No, we have to be serious in life, eh? I learned that from you.
So you saw my outfit
Exactly. I was like, you know what?
That's so funny. I only changed. I only changed because I wore a white dress for my workshop. And I'm just sitting there with you waiting. And I just was tired of having to think about when is it going to be the ball.
You know what? Once I saw that, I was like,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, the internal challenges that was going through my
Like,
life.
told me also. I wanted to live.
I said, somebody's going to get me.
Plus, I was talking. So about that, like,
That's okay.
Alright, everybody. Welcome back to Botswana. Yes, that's what I wanted. What's happening? Huh? What other phone? What do you want to do? Pause on it. Or pull out the thing. Pull out the roof. It's fine. It's okay. Stop. Yeah, just up. No, not that. Oh.
Yeah, that's it.
Something like props, like this. His whole position, I think his whole position.
They probably booked the whole floor and 70s to the bar.
Yeah. Thank you and welcome back. Or is it welcome back and thank you? We're gonna continue with this. I think this is what third part, second part, third, second, third, fourth.
She's late, so I understand.
Ow. Hey, big brothers. Big brothers have problems. Like, no one is safe, especially when your big brothers on radio. It's just a problem.
It's actually number 5 because IT 2, 3, and 4. That's another.
You see little brothers now. Yeah, welcome back, guys. We're gonna kick off the next phase of our program. Now, like I said, we're reaching the tail end in terms of what we are learning. So I'm gonna ask a gentleman who has been in the radio business and in the business for a very long time. And he still has the buoyancy of youth. Sir, why don't you come up and do the needful and bless us?
Please lower things.
I don't break the speaker.
Thank you, Eddie. And good afternoon.
Good night.
It has been a very inspiring, amazing session. So I would like to thank you first and for your time. You guys have been an amazing audience. No.
Tickle. Celebrate the tickle.
I celebrate Lisa. I celebrate. We okay? Okay. I celebrate Chabito. I celebrate IT, and I celebrate those who were asking very pertinent questions to what was being spoken of. Mine will be super easy. That's what I was sharing with Sakila just earlier, that when you are right at the end of the programming and you have had the privilege of appreciating very amazing and insightful deliveries, yours then becomes relatively an easy task to execute. We on record. Is that my camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, all the cameras are yours.
Oh, okay. Awesome. The whole situation around COSPORTS, as Eddie was putting together this amazing initiative, he reached out to me, says to me, listen, I need stakeholders to make the audience of this baby that I'm bringing to the fore. So I'll confirm with you here now that we had reached out to SIPA, we had reached out to COSPORTS, and the unfortunate truth about who we are, and this is something that IT spoke to, is we still have administrators, we still have officers who sits in positions and they don't quite understand their mandate. If you get an invitation from Eddie and he explains the importance of having you on a platform like this, and as a, as a custodian of that particular office, you sit there and start asking questions like, but have you heard of Man E? Who is he? Like, how is that important in this context? So until we get to a level where these people are held accountable and we understand us, because we've employed these people. These people get paid because you folks pay towards their paycheck. Your tax naturally goes to their paychecks. But you have an amazing initiative like this, and you invite authorities to come and speak and educate. They have a moment, they have to seize the moment to educate people that they're meant to be serving. But they sit there and say, yeah, no, maybe if it was by Avani, I'll make time. That's how we think. And we allow for that to happen. So I am holding every single person here now who's present accountable for, if you're in print, if you're on radio, if you are an influencer, if you are in any space, and we know this culture exists, we don't speak on these things to come to an end. We are going to have this conversation for a very long time. Our kids are going to inherit this nonsensical movement for a long while. The narrative, at some point, we have to be intentional to change it. And last night on the program, these two gentlemen spoke of something that sat with me and I now live by. That if we wait on the perfect moment, if we wait for the numbers to make sense, I'll tell you this here now for free. We're going to be waiting for a very long time. Eddie, at some point, as he was setting up, he said, the show has to go on. I am done fighting. The show has to go up. Whether I have one person in the audience, whether I have this room filled up with amazing individuals, the show will go on. That's the attitude that we need to assume. That's the attitude that we need to embody. Because if you walk out of this door and you understand who Altitude Sound is, if you walk out of this door and you understand who Salvage is, if you walk out of this door and you understand who BW Made is, that one person, their approach, their conviction on knowing and understanding that if I don't support, if I don't subscribe to this, but I expect for company X to invest in this, then something doesn't quite add up there. We wait on government to make the change. We wait on the corporates to make the change. But are we changed? Are we rooting for each other? I was telling Sakida just now when we were on a lunch break that the difference between us, people of color, and your Muslim communities, and your Jewish communities, and your Afrikaner communities, is they are making the same rookie mistakes as us. But you know what the difference is? They protect their own. They guide their own. You guys pride yourselves on Twitter what? Black Twitter. Is that what it's called? The council culture.
Yeah. Straight.
If I break up with my spouse today and I'm a person of influence, you know who's going to give me grief? It's not the white people.
So that is.
It's not the Muslim community. Do you understand that? So until a season where we understand the power that sits with us and use it the right way, we will constantly sit here and play victim for the rest of our existence. That's God's honest truth. Now I'll touch on a few things that folks who came before me touched on. The medium that is called radio. I have been on that platform for close to 15 years now. And it pains me that even folks who you know to know better are still making rookie mistakes. I will personally go out of my way to call Eddie and say, I've heard your new single playing on Channel X. I don't have it. I would like to put it on rotation. It is not my place. But because I understand what it took for Eddie to produce, to put out that project, I now find myself having to beg Eddie to make a submission so that I can play his product. And you know what the argument has always been? No, but you're the only one who's doing it. Of all the RB2 presenters, you're the one who's rooting for us. And I'm like, okay, I understand that. So what are we saying? It is not worth your effort to have one person try to educate the masses on what should be done or how it should be done? Is that what you're telling me? So I find myself conflicted, I find myself very confused often at time because I'm thinking, okay, maybe I'm not as cool or as popular as I think I am, because clearly if this person knew or understood what I think I understand, we will not even be having this conversation. And IT spoke to this, that because I know Seretse at Print Media House X, because I'm cool with Seretse, it is top priority for me to make a submission over there. But you see now, this will take you back to what? Understanding your why. Why are you doing it? Why do you find yourself in that space? If you're doing it for the kicks, hey, by all means, man, give it to your boys. Have your cousins celebrate you, have grandma say you're the best rapper alive. That's okay. You've answered your why. We've dealt with that. Let's move on. But now, if your why is you would like for this to touch, to impact, to move to the next phase, then your approach has to be different. Well, at least that's what I think. But in 2023, when Eddie and I birthed Northern Lurch, the same conversations that we were having with our amazing artist hasn't changed. Because we still sit in small circles and they're like, yeah, no, daughter's my boy. I have him on speed dial. No, this person, I hang out with that person. We still find ourselves sitting right there, post-COVID. And that's the one thing that amazes me with humanity, that will go through the most, and you will think at the back of your mind that, yo, my people have learned. This will radically change how they think, how they approach certain situations, but no. Only when their backs are pressed against a hard surface, they'll tell you, you know what? If I come out of this situation, trust you me when I tell you this. I know what IT does. I know what E does. I'm going to do my research over here, equip myself with this set of skills, and my execution, my approach would be different. And you're only saying that because you find yourself in a corner. But we put you out there in the free world, everybody goes back to belonging to a pack. But I'll tell you this here now, and this is something that we all are privy to. There's a reason why there are few or fewer successful people. They don't stick with the pack. Their approach is different. That's what makes them successful. But if you see yourself every now and then wanting to belong, wanting to please the masses, then I have something for you. And it's not kind. And I will not say it here now.
On record.
So until a season that we take it upon ourselves and understand that a Messiah will not come from planet X to save us. Because our maiden BIMC with Eddie as a program, as Rhyme Nation, we said to ourselves, we are going out there, we are going to appreciate what is being said, and thereof the remedies to the problems that have since been brought forth. This is easily 6 years ago. This is pre-COVID. If you were to put, I challenge you here now, on record, if you were to put together a similar conference, a similar movement or platform, issues that were raised 6 years ago, guess what? They're still gonna come up. Because you know why? Because we're waiting for Lawrence to come save us. We are waiting for a Messiah to come save us. So if our attitude remains the same, my friend, if our approach stays unchanged, you and I can sit here and speak eloquently, sound very nice, put this on record, share it, tweet it, retweet it. If I don't find it in me to seize this moment and say to her that this is who I am, it's an honor to meet you. What do you do? How best can we serve each other? And we started right there. If we don't see the need to invest in us, and by then educate our communities to see the potential in investing in their own, no company X will sit there and say, hey, but I think those people have something going for them. Maybe, just maybe, we need to send out our people and they should go find out, what it is that those people are doing so that we can become part of that revolution. Until such a time, you will call, you will invite, foreign direct investment, all these fancy words that you guys throw around, right? You will put them out there, and the fact of the matter is, people with real money, people who take themselves for real, they're not about words. They are not about the fancy words. In the context of your Kenya, in the context of any other nation that has been through what we've been through, and they brought to life your M-Pesa. No big company came and said, hey, Kenyan people, get together, do X, Y, Z, and this is my word. The people knew the power that they're sitting on, and they acted on it. And now you get the audience of the international market saying, hey, I think there's something special going on over there. How do we become a part of it? So radio is the same. Print is the same. And now we find ourselves a year before our general elections, and government says, we're going to come out with a quota. Right? I am not going to go into details because I'm a civil servant
Straight up.
and I love my job.
Straight up.
But all I'm saying to you is, it did not have to take the government to do what they're doing. It takes you and I. It takes you doing what's right by you. I'm not looking for you to make me popular. I just want you to get what's yours or what's due to you. So if you are making or if you are in this craft to, get to the next level, why then are we working with favoritism that my project will only be heard on this particular platform and I'd rather not have it over there? But then again, like I'm saying, it will go back to address the question of your why. It'll work the same for print. It'll work the same for television. The same way it'll work for radio. Often at times, folks will get frustrated when they personally reach out to me as the show host. And they say, hey man, I've got a single out. I really would like to come on your platform. What does it take? And I direct them to this gentleman. They're like, no, but I'm comfortable dealing with you. I'm like, no, my friend. That's not how we work. Because you know why? Folks need for UIT to educate them on your services and your role as a publisher. Because if I then find myself taking over what Eddie's supposed to be doing, then you know what I'm doing? I'm distorting the whole
Process.
Do you understand that? So I'll get called plenty names. I really don't care. If you call me sucker, if you call me arrogant, if you call me this, I'm only explaining to you how me and Eddie work. Our relationship is very important to me for me to want to now look like the Messiah. If you say to me, Rhyme Nation, Northern Lurch, saved my life, you are speaking of me and this gentleman. But if you're going to sit there and dictate to me what I'd rather deal with Eddie and that other dark-skinned guy that you work with, I really don't like him a lot. That's unfortunate, because we've had that incident.
Oh, for real?
Eddie was a lot nicer, I'll tell you that.
Always.
Yeah?
Always.
You know what I mean?
Straight.
Because if your attitude, if you come at me and your attitude is not right, I can only be professional. That's all I know. You know what I mean? That's all I know. But if you have since been socialized to believe that, business is more favor, business is more who you know, business is more who you prefer, then I'm not that person. And maybe this platform is just not for you. You know what I mean? So until a time, I will reiterate my sentiments, we get to a level here, this very amazing community that I see going here, until such a season that we seize the moment and say, you know what? If it's change that we would like to see, if it's change that we would like to appreciate, I don't want to see it happening over there. I want to see it happening here. And it starts with me. I think at this point now, just you had your hand up, or
You were talking earlier, and you were like, "Oh, let me not say that." It was something you were gonna say, right? I get it was gonna be.
It's a bit political, and
But it was gonna be an honesty moment. It felt like it might not sound good, but it needs to be said. And so I'm not gonna ask you to say it, but what I would say, I would encourage you to say it, because the truth is that it's not easy, and nobody's going to be that nice to you. And I'd rather us do it here in this nurturing space than you get out there, and then that be the end of you.
okay. But I think towards the end of that sentiment, I did speak to the fact that it did not have to be done through the government. It is something that we should have seen for ourselves and not be taught how to execute. If I believe in a set of skills, I don't need to wait for a government policy to say to me, invest in this here talent. But we had to wait for a government quota to say play 80% local over 20% international. And what I wanted to speak on, now that you put me on this in this position,
On record.
the stats that you folks are getting from that other organization,
Yes.
they're not reflective of the truth.
Right.
They are not reflective of the truth. And it will be further echoed by the fact that IT did get to touch on the fact that you can't have an organ that polices itself, that markets itself, that does pretty much everything,
Practice itself.
and they are only learning how to walk. It is a huge task that they have assumed. So until a season, I'll go back to my opening sentence, until a season that we hold these people accountable and say, no, my friend, don't be sending me a message that says, I've made 2 pula over my, rotation on either state media or whatever place. Until such a time, but now, my people will go to Twitter and say, yeah, Spring Munch, and it becomes a joke. You know what I mean? That's how far we take it. So people who are sitting in those positions, they get away with murder all the time because you folks are just comfortable with the mediocrity that they're putting out there. So it's rather unfortunate because it's self-inflicted. So until a time we understand the power that sits in us and exercise that power, very minimal is going to change.
Yeah. Mediocrity.
And the politician will know when to speak to you, how to speak to you when the time serves them. That it will be very quiet now, but end of 2023, I will give you a gig, Dot. I'll give you a cap. I'll give you a t-shirt to go perform at my rally. And for 20 seconds you make 10,000 pula, you are content. That's who we've since reduced ourselves to. They control that narrative, you are not in control, my friend. And until the season where you understand the power that you sit on, they will know when to throw the bone at you. That's
When
it.
the ball hits the ground, you already ate the ball.
Yeah. So I think I've pretty much spoken to you. You okay now? Awesome. Eddie's not here, so I don't know if I should assume he's. I saw his family outside.
Yeah, ask the question.
Please do.
Am I allowed?
Well, if you're not going to get me fired, you're the one person who understands just how.
This is theater at your project. I was hoping you're gonna talk about something very important. She asked me that question. Grassroots.
Yes.
You mentioned it, but she asked me a very thing that I felt like was your answer. Upcoming young man knows fuck all
Yes.
about steps and fuck all. But they want to be on radio. They want to, everybody at home is like, this is a nice song. It's a nice song. Right?
Yes.
Okay, I know the steps of how to get music to be on the playlist. But you as a radio presenter, because like you said, but we not in our industry. I will WhatsApp you the song, but like she asked us a very nice question. What if I don't know you?
Yeah.
What if I don't know IT? I don't even have access to this guy. What do I do to learn how to get music to radio? As a presenter, you knowing things, but how do you then say, hey man, come to RB2, guys in the side, bro.
Awesome. You know what the irony of the sentiment you just you spoke to that.
Double-edged sword.
And I believe Chabito spoke to it as well.
Straight.
That your why will answer a lot of questions for you. Why you find yourself in that practice, you will then be compelled to find out more on what it takes for you to get to the next phase and the next level. But because we are so accustomed to cutting corners and being friends with E because he can cook me a beat, and then sending Dot this because he can drop a verse for me, and I'll buy you a 6-pack because that's what we're drinking this morning, and sit there and say, now let me appreciate the magic working. But if you were to sit with this man, if you were to sit with IT, and these are people that, what I appreciate about this market is, we are a very small market.
We know where to go.
And we have access to a lot of folks who are amazing. Botswana, you are all kinds of amazing. But you, for some reason, don't quite see that, or you don't live it enough. You have access to this amazing, pool of information. But because we've been socialized to want to go here quick and get over there a lot quicker, you will then disregard the process that will make you the next E or even better. You want to skip phases because you were told. There's been instances where, me and him were cascaded for things that we didn't even know existed. Where you told, no, but you were chowing Eddie's money. I've invested money in this project, and the narrative out there is very different. Because somebody who's choosing to be ignorant about certain things went and said, no, but this person did X, Y, Z, and you choose to believe that person over finding out facts. So it's very imperative that the young persons that we had in the audience who were interjecting every now and then learn to listen. Have the patience in them to say, I don't understand this, sir or ma'am. How do I get this out of this over here?
Like Lisa said.
You understand? In us, for us, and then our path will be, I don't want to be another IT. He goes home with the crown of sitting here for 2 hours. Mine was very brief because, like I said, we've had a panel of amazing, great minds to unpack, to deliberate on these issues. And my word of encouragement is those of us here, let us engage. Let us be curious to know what Sakile can do for me. Let us know what E can do for me, what I can do for him, what Bonolo can do for Eddie. Because a session like this one, it's meant for just that. If I run into you a week, a month from today, I'm like, but your face kind of looks familiar. What we hung out, was that at the club? Then there's a situation. We did not get summer right. When we're done here, what will please my heart is for you to understand the power of the amazing individuals who are occupants of this room right here, right now. So thank you very much for your time. The program airs on RB2 every Friday from 6 until 9. Because they don't like Eddie a lot, we just might be moved to a different time slot. But if there were to be changes that needs to be communicated, I'm pretty convinced that you can follow us on Twitter, on Facebook, Northern Lurch, on pretty much all the platforms, and let's engage. We are the change that we've been yearning and waiting for. We are those agents, and we have to believe and have that conviction sit with us in pretty much all our executions. Thank you very much, folks. You've been amazing.
I'm going to take questions on this behalf.
When are you getting the hair?
Never. Any questions, comments?
Now we're good.
You're good? Alright, let's take 5 minutes just to let that simmer. And then Mr. Sakele will come in.
Continue and say, we want to finish.
No, you see, when I say 5 minutes, it's not just for you, it's also for me. Don't be selfish, guys.
You see, it's looking good now. The problem is you went and look good. You're a good man.
So guys, 5 minutes and then we'll continue, yeah? Just 5 minutes.
Just tell them your family's outside. We understand.
No,
but he didn't say that the 5 minutes is not for you, it's for him. What part of that did you not understand?
Jesus Christ. Can I just have 5 minutes? Thank you very much. Right there.
Thanks, Eddie.
Some of us are headaches.
Yeah, no.
Now, what you do? Go to.
actually take over there. Actually, when we put it here, I take the
Am I good? No, I'm just checking, man. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into our main presentation now. So I'm just going to ask my brother to come forward. He already knows how we do things.
Your main calls. Main calls.
So you want to sit where? It's about he doesn't want to stand, he wants to sit down.
That wants to laugh, I can tell you. I'll tell you now.
Yeah, it's serious. Taking notes, guys, eh?
You know you're telling us your age by listening.
It is not proper to ask a man's age.
No, I'm just saying he's telling.
Like you forgot the engineer. He's even putting up his hand. The engineer is putting up his hand.
No, he's definitely going to get there. So at the end of what I'm going to talk about is I want you to know that I'm getting paid for talking. It was always a dream that one day I'll just get paid for coming and just talk to people. I travel, I go everywhere, paid for talking only, you know. So the papers that I gave you, what you're gonna do there, you're gonna write your name. How are you feeling right now? Next to that, to your name, and what profession are you doing? What are you doing? You know, your profession. Yeah? And then on the other side of that page, you will write your favorite song and then the name of the artist. So you'll just take the page and then you tear it, you pass it to whoever is next to you, you do the same thing. So I said it's your name, how how are you feeling today? Are you now? Are you happy? Are you excited? Are you whatever feeling, you know? And then you write your profession, and then you turn the page, and then you write your favorite song and the name of the artist. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Are we all good?
Yes, sir.
Can we just clap hands for ourselves just for making it here today? Yeah. While you're still busy writing that, I've borrowed you my pens. I have 2 pens that I gave you, and then you're just going to write that, and then as soon as you are done, you'll just come forward, and then you just drop it here. If you don't have a pen, I have a pen here. Okay, sure, brother. So, sorry, sir? Okay. All right. So, I don't even know where to start, but I've been sitting here the whole day listening to everyone who was here, and interesting stories, a lot of information. And I asked Eddie tonight, like, really, bro, why am I here when you have people with this information who are dishing it out? Because the information is there. It's just that sometimes we get lazy. Sometimes we don't want to hear from us or from our own people. We just want to hear it from outsiders, you know. Prince covered a lot, right? So I don't even know what I'm going to talk about, but then I'm going to talk about something. So if you don't learn, there's nothing new that I'm bringing. It's stuff that you know, that you don't do. You know, that you really need to take serious. So where I come from, my father was a professional boxer. So he forced me, okay, I'm gonna say this again. He forced me to boxing, you know, when I was growing up, because he was a known professional boxer. So I ended up training, and then I had about 8 fights, you know, in boxing. You know, all of them were TKOs, you know. Yeah, I was just hooked, you know. I was better in all those fights. I lost all of them, you know.
Too quick, man.
Yeah, I lost all of them. And then I was like, you know what, this is not for me, the sports, especially physical one, you know. But then at school, I was number 1 on a sport called shot put. Do you know shot put? Yeah, the one that you hold. And I was very thin at that time, you know. But the reason I was number 1 is because of no one was doing that sport at school. So I become number 1. So I will even win. I'll be number 1 even in all the schools, like in where I was coming from, which is the township, because it was all the schools competing. Then I'll become number 1. And then when we go to the national, so we would compete with whites. So shot put is a sport for whites. So I won't even appear on the list of people who were like, because the guys were good at what they were doing, you know. But then after that, at school, I was not really good in education, most of us, you know. But I always say that hip hop saved me, because you know, when you're doing hip hop, you learn a lot. You have to write lyrics, you have to read a lot, you know, you have to do a lot of research and all that. So when I was doing hip hop, I had I did not have that love or reason of like making money, you know. It was never on my mind that I want to do music and make money. But then I called myself Mr. Chicks, because I just wanted all the chicks, you know, in the world, you know. But I ended up coming to Joburg, or going to Joburg from Port Elizabeth, Eastern Cape. And then I was in a workshop like this one. I think there were like 60 of us musicians. So they'll say, stand up, introduce yourself, and sing. You know, so everyone was like standing up there, introducing themselves, and then they would tell us, I'm doing alto, I'm doing soprano, and I was doing hip hop and kwaito, you know. And then people would play instruments and sing. And then when it was my turn, I was like, this one, these guys are great. So I ended up saying that, you know what, I want to be in the music business. You know, I've been hearing a lot about musicians who die poor, you know, musicians who don't understand contracts, you know, so I just want to be there. And then they said, you know what, come sit next to us. We're going to mentor you, because each and every time we do workshops, everyone wants to be a celebrity. You know, there's no one who wants to be behind the scenes. You know, and I even realized that when I was doing my workshops, I realized that we all want to be musicians. We come in to make it in the music, but there's no one who wants to be the best manager, who wants to be the best promoter, who wants to be the best publisher. You know, we don't get those people. And even if we get them, but then there are no workshops for them. There are no trainings for them. You know, we don't come together and sit and do this thing like on our own. You know. So the guys said, okay, come, we'll mentor you. So I got mentorship, and then I started working for a mechanical rights organization, you know. So when I was working for that organization, I realized that, you know what, these people are using all these big words, you know, that confuses the musicians, because of our musicians back in SA, it's like mostly are people who did not go to school. You know, it's people who like talented, you know, wants to make it in the industry, you know, but others have their own reasons, which I think IT mentioned them. You know, others it's a calling, others it's different reasons. But for me, I ended up understanding that music is business. You know, this is a career. You know, we all need to start making money out of this. But in all what I'm doing, I need to make sure that. Because I'm a musician, I know musicians, you know, and I know how is the struggle, you know, when you want to come in the industry, especially the industry that we call, it's a male-dominated industry. Because wherever you go, you'll find there are few ladies who are there, you know. So I worked in the industry, in the organization, and paid almost all the musicians who were selling, because mechanical appeared to be copy, you know, not even sales. Actually, they used to say it's sales, but when I learned about it and then I started working, I realized that it's not sales, it's actually copy, because of we're dealing with different people, you know, which I'm going to explain. You know, you find out that you've been writing songs or you've been making beats for an artist, and then that artist gets signed in South Africa or wherever, you know, you don't have a contract, but they're using your music, you know. So each and every time they are copying music, you must get paid. But now the contract of that artist is saying that we're going to make 500 copies, which we're going to distribute for free. So they are called free royalty copies, you know. So you don't have a contract with them, so you are not part of that. If they are making 500 copies, you must get paid for that. So I learned like all those things, and then I started paying all the musicians in SA who were selling cassettes, who were selling CDs. Okay, we all know cassettes and CDs. There's someone you
keep telling us your age.
Yeah. No. My age is not a problem. I may be looking young, but I am old. I started in the industry when I was very young anyway. Yeah. So with all that, from that society, I ended up doing artist management. And then because I've realized that, you know what, in this industry, you need to know everything. You need to learn. You know, you need to learn every day. If you really want to make it, you need to learn every day. So that is why I'm saying that today I ended up like getting paid for talking. You know, I also had to release a book on music rights and business, which I believe that AD will give you all the copies. You know, it's just a guide. You know, where it explains what is an artist, what is a composer, what is a producer, what is, you know, all the terms that we are using, because we've got a music industry, and then we also have a music business industry, which I wish that I can take you all from the side of music industry and put you in the music business industry. The music business industry is easy. Once you start understanding that wherever your music is being used, you need to get paid. Then you need to, that's when you start understanding that this is business. So business, I always translate it to busy, being busy, you know. So if your music is busy, you know, it must bring you what? Income. So wherever your music is being used, you need to get paid. So I've worked with so many artists. I've sold double platinum for an artist called Zonke Dikala on an album called Inaete. I got more than 7 awards for an album called Bayede Baba by Sfiso Ncwane. We sold 236,000 copies on Kulungile Baba. I've worked with your Zona Sevens, I've worked for Keraf, I've worked for a lot of artists. There's a lot that I've done within the industry. I even forget other things, but whenever people are reminding me, I'll be like, oh, okay, you know. But I've done a lot because, as I'm saying, that I've been learning, you know. So whatever that is happening out there, I always want to be part of it. I always want to learn. I've done events, I've done PR, I've done, you know, a lot of stuff. And every week I have something happening. Today I had a client who was on ENCA for an interview for the event that we are doing next week, 1st April, which is an NGO that is doing a walkathon, you know, supporting the victims of GPV. Tomorrow I've got an artist who's going to be on Morning Live, you know, SABC2, you know, promoting his works. But the reason I'm mentioning those things is because of, if you are in this industry and you are here today, you also need to have a plan, because the biggest problem is that we all work without plans, you know. So you need to have a plan. Every week you need to do something. I don't care whether it's a newspaper, it's a radio station, or it's a TV, but if you are in the industry and you want to go forward, make sure that you are doing something every day. So I don't normally do notes, but today I just said that before I start my session, I want everyone to either write this or else you keep this in your mind. I just want to focus on, it will be more like I'm a priest now, I'm quoting from the Bible. I want us to go to this verse in the Bible, New Testament. Start where you are with what you have. If we can talk today on this, starting where we are, on what we have, because each and every time I come to Botswana, I realize that most musicians here in Botswana are angry. You are angry people and you are fighting. Every time you are fighting here, it doesn't matter if you are fighting the media, the government, or the organizations. For me, it doesn't matter, but the problem is you save your energy, you use your energy actually into wrong things instead of focusing on you know. So, I don't know how many artists, because I wanted to ask all of you one by one, if do you have a profile, you know, one, do you have, we were talking about high resolution pictures here, you know, do you have those high resolution pictures? And also on social media, like, do you have pages? I'm not talking about your profile where you post your problems, but the page where your followers, they get to learn about you, they get to know about you, you know, where you don't share your other brands and all that, a business page, you know, that you have on social media. But when we talk about social media, which platforms, you know, because you might be thinking of just Facebook and Twitter, you know, just because of Twitter, you know, or whatever news that you want to hear, but there are right platforms for musicians. Are you there? You know, are you on YouTube? Are you controlling your Spotify? You know, because of you, if once you start distributing music, you need to have access to your Spotify so that you control it and know who's playing you, where are they playing you, and how are they playing you, you know. We are here today. There was a number of us who are here, but do you know everyone who's here? Still, even now, do you know everyone who's here? Do you follow them on social media? You know, are they following you, you know, on social media, you know? So next door here, we've got a golf club. So I was saying to Eddie, now those people, they came there on time to play golf. They all knew that, okay, this time we are starting the game, you know, up until whatever time. And those people, they know that there's a control because of their club. You know, there's a way of communication that they're doing. Either it's a WhatsApp group or it's a professional, whatever, you know. So when I say to you, start where you are with what you have, here I've met a lot of people. I've met a journalist. My brother is a journalist. You know, I don't know how many other journalists who are here, but there are artists here who don't even consult with him for a profile, for a press release, you know. For everything, there's a lot that he can do, you know, and I know and I believe that he has like connections with other media spaces, you know. Maybe is there anyone who does PR here? You know, okay, we've got people who are doing PR here, you know. They might not want to share their contacts, but for you, if you really want to do your PR, you can start by looking at how many newspapers do we have in Botswana, how many radio stations do we have in Botswana, how many TV stations do we have in Botswana, you know, and then who must we contact if we want this and that and that. Other people, they can't even write a press release, they can't even write a review on a newspaper. Now buy the newspaper, read the review that you see there, write yours, you know, copy it and write yours. There are free websites for, I don't know what I'm saying this right. There are free websites where you can actually do your own website. Am I right? Oh, okay. there are so many platforms where you can actually create your own website. Look for another person's website and see what they've written there, and also write yours and start building yourself, you know, as a brand. I always say that you need to convert yourself from being an artist into a brand, you know. When I explain that simply, I explain it by saying that when you are an artist, that's when you are just freestyling everything. You're just doing it because of I'm just an artist. But when you are a brand, that's when you start understanding that you need to invest in yourself, and whatever you are investing in, you need to start now making money. Because the money for a brand, it starts from the name, your name. You can make money from your name. If I have a brand, it's either it's alcohol, it's water, or it's t-shirts, it's caps, whatever that I'm doing. Once I start using your name, or else you come to me and then we negotiate to use your name. As soon as I start using your name, that means what? I must pay you royalties. Royalties are not only on music. So if I have t-shirts and I know that Eddie is a brand, but he doesn't have money to invest in t-shirts, you know, I will do the t-shirts and then I will pay him a certain amount. He needs to give me rights, you know, to sell those t-shirts, pay him a certain amount, you know. So there are two things that are very important that you need to understand as well. The first one is intellectual property. What is it? What is an IP? You know, what is intellectual property? You know, and then the second one is copyright. You know, what is copyright? What does it mean to copyright? So you travel and then you hear people saying that no, the policy of our industry, the regulations, blah 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 blah, and all this. I've been in so many countries. There's no policy for the music industry. There are no regulations for the music industry. Even South Africa looks better. You know, we are doing things, we are working. But the truth is, if you can also start working, there are no borders today. It's nice today because whatever you are releasing, anyone can access it, you know. But it always starts with us. A day, how many people will listen to your music? You don't know. How many people will follow you, comments on your statuses? You find out it's one person when you're posting something positive. But when you're posting like stupid stuff or mukosi or whatever, you find a lot of people coming in and they start commenting, you know. But if together here, we can start saying that, post something like it, and then we're all gonna comment. Once we start all commenting, and then we are now taken serious. Now look at it on the music side. If we can ask each other to just create one link on Spotify or on iTunes, you know, and then every day we commit to that every day, or each and every time we get access to internet, we're just gonna go to that link and play that music. All our songs are there. So we are creating numbers for ourselves, you know. So there's a lot that we can do, you know. So as I said that we don't know each other, so we need to know each other here. We need to follow each other, you know. We need to stream each other. We need to know each other's services. For sure here we've got different services, you know. Maybe you've never been on radio for an interview, or else you've been on radio and then they ask you, so how many years have you been in the music industry? And then you just say, you don't talk. And then they ask you, 4 years. And you're like, forgetting that you're on radio, you need to talk, you need to say it out. So first thing that you need to understand about radio is that airtime is expensive. It's a very expensive airtime. So whenever you get an opportunity to be on radio, you need to make sure you sell yourself as possibly as you can. So we've got people who are on radio here. We've got Prince, we've got Eddie, you know, they're on radio. Can we have another session where we speak about radio? How do you handle an interview? They will facilitate it. You know, they will give those advices. if we really want to help each other, you know, because once, like as this has started, you know, in SA I've got a club called SM Club. You know, the SM Club is something that I recently started from all these workshops. I realized that what I'm talking about is something that we don't do. You know, so I got a space where a guy gave me a venue and said that, you see, this space is nice. We've got a swimming pool. You can come in and do your event. We can have cocktails. We can have and all this. And I was like, okay, let me get only 10 artists who want to invest in themselves, who are serious about themselves. I said to them, guys, let's pop in 300 rands each. We're going to have a performance somewhere. So I organized a Wi-Fi for the space, and then I organized free cocktails. I've organized a photographer. We went there, we had a photo shoot the whole day by the swimming pool. I'm sorry to say this, most of, other artists never had a sip of a cocktail, you know. They don't even have pictures, you know, with a cocktail in a swimming pool, you know, especially for Instagram and, you know, other things. But imagine the experience. Yeah, you know, he's one of them. Yeah, so you can imagine that session done. Others never had an opportunity of having the professional pictures, you know. But on the day, we said, bring your costumes, and then we started doing that. There's nothing stopping us from doing that from here, you know. There's nothing stopping us from continuing with the club even here, you know, whereby I know that if there are guys that side who never performed internationally, there are musicians back home who says that, yeah, I want to perform international. When I ask them, do you have a passport? And they're like, no, I don't have a passport. And I said, why waste my time? You know, but those are the things that I need to say that, okay, I've got a platform in Botswana, you know. So for us to go to Botswana, let's all in a certain amount. Musicians, some of them are not working, they don't have money, but if we can start now putting 100 rands every month, you know, by December or November, we'll have enough money to travel to Botswana. It doesn't matter if we hire a transport or we take a bus, but as long as we're going to have accommodation here and perform. There are so many musicians here in Botswana who think that if they can perform in SA, they can actually make it. You know, can we open the door for them to come and showcase? You know, you'll never know. We are starting a TV show now that is called Why Must You Be Booked? So we talk to you, we ask you questions on why do you think you must be booked, and then you tell us, no, because I've got dancers, I'm best at what I'm doing, and when I'm on stage, this is what I do, and then we ask few people who know you, can you really perform? You know, do, and then we give you a platform. We say perform, and then we shoot you. You know, we do it in the studio. We'll record you while you're performing, and then we're gonna put it on socials, like maybe on YouTube or whatever. But we want to attract the corporate world because some of my clients, it's people like the Cricket SA. They want someone who will come and sing the national anthem. But where do you go when you're looking for those people? You just go to any artist or what. So we give you that platform, you do the national anthem so that when they're looking for someone who can do a national anthem, they can actually go there. They're looking for someone who's going to do covers, you know. We give people a platform, they record those platforms, we make sure that we put them out there. So coming back now to our industry, two things that you need to know when it comes to rights. We've got two rights in the industry. We've got what we call the master's rights. We all heard about masters. No one can say that we don't know about masters. And then the second one is publishing. So masters, they have to do with the recordings. So whoever will pay the studio actually owns the masters, you know. So I heard IT was talking about, he said, you're doing music here for what? But he said you're doing it for pleasure. Like there's this thing of, hey, I've got a studio, let's go and record, blah, 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 you know. So it's so interesting to find out that there are still free studio sessions. In music, you can make money, you can make serious money in music. So you need to be very careful at what you contribute. So if you get a studio for free, there should be terms. They may become via email, they may become as a form of a contract, you know, but it is very important to know in that recording or in that song who owns the masters, you know, because the one who paid the studio for you to record, guys, owns the masters. If the studio wasn't paid, you just went to the studio and recorded. Whoever owns that studio actually owns the masters, you know. So you need to be very careful with that because we're dealing with two rights. And then the second right, it's publishing rights. What IT was talking about. But for you to understand the publishing rights is to understand that publishing has to do with songwriters. You know, the language that you are using of a beat maker, of a producer, you will find out that in the industry you don't really find that when it comes to notification of works. When you are submitting the works, they need people who wrote, the author who was writing the lyrics, and then the composer who was actually creating the beat, you know. So in the paperwork, you'll see that there's composer, there's author, there's arranger. An arranger, you don't find an arranger in a new song. An arranger is only on an old or remixed song, you know, a remixer. The person who's remixing the song is actually the arranger, you know. So if there's no creation in what you are doing, there's no need for you to be on the copyright documents or on where you must get paid. You will only get paid for being there in the studio. You spoke about the sound engineer, you know, for the work that you are doing while you are there, you are paid for that. Because when you are paid in the studio, you are paid for what we call studio time. You know, that's what you are paying for. So the industry is broad, but for you to understand the industry and the rights is to make sure that you are careful with the titles that we are using in the industry. You know, be very careful with the titles that we are using in the industry. There's something called a split sheet. Yeah? A split sheet, it's a document if you are doing music. A split sheet, it's the first document that you need to make sure that you sign when you are in the studio. You know, a split sheet, it's a document that talks about your contribution while you are creating that song and who gets what. So in the industry, everyone always wants to get something that is going to be formal. There's nothing formal in the industry. If ever you are going to an agreement, just write down that me and Eddie, on this day we are in the studio, Eddie's full names and surnames is in the ID, and then his address. We are collaborating on this song. He has written, he has composed the music, and then I'm coming with the lyrics. And on this song, we are agreeing that we're going to have split on. You put that down, 50-50 or 90-10, whatever you are agreeing on, you both sign. That document will save you, will help you whenever there are issues of copyright, either it's notification. I say notification, I don't say it's registration, because we notify our societies, you know. So I've been hearing a lot about COSBOX. I need to do my research and check exactly what is it that they deal with, you know, and how they are dealing with it. I hear what you are saying, guys, when you are explaining it, but it would be nice to hear it from them because of rights are different, as I said. When we're talking about mechanical rights, we're talking about royalties rights that only benefits the songwriters. When we're talking about performance rights, we're talking again about rights that only benefit songwriters, but they're coming from different places. Mechanical, it will be your sync, it will be your sales or copying, and then performance royalties, it will be the royalties that are coming from radio, that are coming from even when public performances, you know, those are performance royalties. And then we have needle time royalties. Needle time royalties now, they benefit the artist, the producer, the record label, the session musicians, if you are doing backings or if you are playing guitar in that recording. So as long as you performed in that recording, then it means that those are the royalties that you actually get as that individual, you know. So that is why I'm saying that there are different royalties, there are different CMOs dealing with different royalties. But now if we have got a CMO that deals with everything, then we still need to know that when I'm getting paid, what am I getting paid for? Because I mentioned, if I'm writing songs for you, you are an artist. Where am I getting my royalties? As a songwriter, I'm not an artist, I'm not a performer, you know. And going back to what I was saying, that you need to start with where you are, with what you have, you know. There's a lot that you have here, you know, that can actually generate you income. So as I was in SA, there's a company that I'm working with, which is based in Botswana. It's called VIB Mobile, you know. VIB Mobile is in Malawi. VIP Mobile is in, I think they are also in Tanzania. They're in so many places, but they're dealing with RBT. You know. So if you have music and you are signed with VIP Mobile, they are also in SA now.
Yeah,
you know.
through Connect.
Yeah, through CCA, you know. So if you have those kind of platforms, you need to understand when you are doing your planning, when you are doing your business, identify the places where you're actually going to generate income from, you know. Invest more time where you know that there will be money coming in, you know. It's not like you're not going to make it here in Botswana. Botswana is very small. And if you really want to make it, you need to think big. You need to think outside of Botswana, you know, and try and target places that are going to generate you income. I'd rather invest my time on a radio station that I know that I'm going to get royalties from, you know. I'd rather be a paying at Metro FM by keep approaching them that, guys, why my music is not played? Play my music. And if you want to know how, because other people, they always ask that, how do I get my music on radio? Like, guys, come on. Duh. Go to that radio station's website. Go to, there's something called FAQ. It's frequently asked questions. You're definitely going to get what they want. You know, make sure that you work on your song. If they say MP3, it must not be more than 4 minutes. You do exactly that. And then you send the song to them. Same music videos. There's a guy here who was saying he shoots music videos. Can we have Eddie for sure knows about what is needed by TV stations? Channel O, they can play your music video. There are no red tapes, you know, but make sure you deliver what they want. You know, we've got BET, we've got so many places, you know, that can play your music video. Even the small community TV stations, because some of the community TV stations back in SA, they are linked with Mnet. Mnet is the one that is actually paying for some of the operations. So when it comes to royalties, there's a certain small percentage that they pay, you know. But for you to make sure that you are everywhere, do that. We want to work with people who have profiles. But if you're going to sit and don't build your profile, it becomes a problem. You know, you've never been on radio, you've never performed anywhere, you've never done anything, but you want to collaborate with me. You don't have numbers on social media. Every day, just get one person to follow you. Every day. Just go, if you meet someone in a taxi, just say, yo, I'm good. Yo, you know what, I do music. There's someone who was saying that, who knows you in your area, that you are singing. But make sure that you have friends, because if I can say now, start writing down your name, okay, not even write down, but draw yourself, and then draw your people who link, like that you link with. Your friend, your friend's friends, and then you ask your friend to do the same, continuing with whatever you have, which is the plan that you have. You'll find out you've got more than 50 people or 100 people that you know, only on your area, who are on social media, that can follow you on YouTube. On YouTube, again, let's not be excited and don't work. You will have the channel, yes, on YouTube, but you need subscribers more than views. You know, focus on subscription more than views. So if you can start doing that, you know, you will find yourself getting into a stage where you must be paid by YouTube. Because I hear people saying, you can make a lot of money on YouTube. You don't have a content on YouTube. You're not going to get that money with one music video. You don't have subscribers. You're not going to get that money without subscribers. You know, your views still means nothing. You know, so also what I love about YouTube is that there's something called on Facebook we call it posting. You know, but on YouTube there's similar thing of adverts where you can whatever amount that you have, you can actually plan the amount. They don't say that, okay, for you to advertise, pay $100 US or whatever. You just put the pillars that you have, the money that you have, and then they use that in terms of advertising whatever product that you have, you know, so that it can go faster, you can get views, and you can fortunately get subscribers. You hear people who are doing content, they always say that, please don't forget to subscribe and like and press notification on my icon. The reason they say that is because they want you to subscribe. Each and every person who's helping you or who's saying anything on YouTube, they will keep saying the same thing, that subscribe, which is the same thing that you also need to do. There are new trending platforms that are coming in. You've got TikTok, Okay, we've got, there's another one that competes with TikTok. It's called Thriller. You know, it's actually popular in West Africa. You know, if you search Thriller and you open an account and then you start building there, you find a lot of musicians there as well. You know, so you need to make sure that you are Googleable and you are Shazamable. You see, so if you are not Googleable and you are not Shazamable, it means that you are not doing your thing. You know, and whatever we search and find about you, you must make sure that you deliver. There's an organization called Music in Africa. For sure you know Music in Africa. If you are a musician and you are not in Music in Africa, you're still not sure of what you are doing, you know. Because Music in Africa gives you the information. You don't go out and look for information. They are the ones who send you the information, the opportunities of the performances, of showcases around the world. You meet a lot of journalists there. You meet a lot of other musicians who are doing music. You check them, you tell them, you know, when you want to collaborate with someone, just go and pitch and say to them, yo, I love what you're doing, I've been listening to your music, you know, I'd love to work with you. And tell them, what are you doing yourself, so that you can have an opportunity of collaboration. Collaboration, it should not only be about recording, it must also be about an exchange, kind of like a program. If he's performing somewhere, you'll be able to go there and share the stage with them, and then they can also come where you are and also share the platforms. You know, with hip hop, I always say that, you know, with hip hop is easy. Most musicians, when you start music, you start with hip hop. And you find out that hip hop is so loyal in terms of, there's always, for instance, in South Africa, we used to have something called Slaghuis, where your pro kids are coming from, ciphers and all that, you know. If you go to Cape Town, you find in Cape Town there's another platform for hip hop. If you go to Port Elizabeth, there's another platform. There are so many platforms. Now, if you can start now talking to other hip hop heads, you know, and then find all those platforms, and then invest in you by going to those platforms, go there and compete with those people. Or else call someone or talk to someone on social media and say that, what do you call it? I don't want to say let's have a beef. Let's have a verse, whatever. You play one beat and then they do something and then you do something and then you give it out to people to vote for whoever they like. You know, you're actually building numbers for yourself, because now that person's friends will be like, hey, I wonder how you did it. And then your side, you know, so you start winning people from different numbers, from different regions or countries, you know. So if we can start working on a plan and building up, I promise you that you will be going somewhere. For me, this is about money. If you are doing music, let's do it for money. You know, let's not make it a hobby. Let's not play with what we're doing, and let's make sure that we deliver, because you find out that there are people who are real in this thing, who are good, and there are people who just do it, and there are people. You know, but we call them artists, we call them musicians. I was telling Ed now that one of the top guys that I was paying under City Baby is a guy who's doing Sizzla music. You know, something that I never know that it existed. But he releases an album for Christmas. He releases an album for winter. He releases like meditation music. Here, this is like music that you can play when you're in the shower, you know, when you're taking a bath, you know, as you know, those salted bath. That's why I want this club to introduce things to musicians. You can actually have a bath where there's candle lights and salt. You know, it's not just a romantic thing, but it's also for you to relax, you know, and have candles around you, but don't burn yourself. But, you know, there's a guy who does that music, and I realized that your commercial song, it will only be played once or twice in radio station, but that guy's music, everyone goes on YouTube for the meditation music, you know. The lady spoke about, she was talking about mental health, you know, that is very important, but it takes an individual to make sure that you work on it. You don't need to be pushed to that, you know, but you need to decide that, okay, you want freedom, you want your mind to be clean and clear when you're doing things, because this industry of ours can frustrate you. The music industry, it can frustrate you. You can spend a lot of money and you don't get the results now. You know, there's always a complaint that we spend a lot of money in recording, but when it comes to sales, you find out that we don't really make money. But the question is, when you spend money on recording, how much time do you take recording? You can record an album in a month or a week or a few days, it depends. You can spend about, I don't know how much you spend in the studio, but when it comes to music generating you that income, it also depends on you. Are you pushing enough more streams? Because one thing that is going to excite you is to get just one single deal. One single deal where they're going to use your music for 30 seconds and use it in an advert for a period of 6 months and give you 2 million rand. And then you start saying that, music, there's money in this thing, because of you got there. But you can still make that million in a period of 3 years, 2 years, or a year, depending on how much you're pushing, on streams and the platforms that you are using. Recently, a guy called Nati, back in SA, just released his album called Usiba Lucas. I think, yeah. So it's a beautiful album and it's been trending, that side. So I went to Spotify and then I searched Nati's album. So when I was playing Nati's album, you go to Spotify, you just play. And then you do your cleaning, or whatever you're doing, but you know that the music is playlisted, is playing. I realized one thing, as I'm listening to this album, it's only 2 songs from Nati. And then there's another artist that I don't even know. Then the song comes, and then I go back to my TV, and then I skip the song. And then again, it's 2 songs from Nati, and then another artist that I don't know. And I'm like, this is the same dude. I searched Chava's album, found the album, and then it was the same thing. And then I realized that other people, they spend time on Spotify, whereby they will look at all the new albums that are coming in, and then they will playlist them. Because playlist, you are free to do a playlist. You put AKL's album, but on AKL's album, you take 2 songs, and then you put your song. You put 2 songs again, or 1 song, you put your song. Because each and every person who's playing doesn't sit there and watch that picture of AKL. They play the music, and then they'll be busy with whatever. But your song will definitely play for 30 seconds, that's a count. You understand? So we need to start coming up with ideas and concepts of investing on what we put out there. Because everyone is complaining that, no, we put music online, but we still need marketing. Hey, we need money. What money? What for? Because we don't have business plans as musicians. We also need to have business plans and understand that, okay, this is how much we're going to invest in recording, and then this is how much we're going to get in return. But how are we going to get there? When we're talking about a team, everyone wants a team. But what is the team going to do? The product is here, but what are we going to do after that? So that's when now we start now identifying the platforms. We've got iTunes, this is what we can do. We've got Spotify, this is what we can do. When you're watching even the TV programs, if there are TV programs that are playing here, when I was doing marketing and PR for all the other guys and publishing, my focus was not on what is playing on Generations, but I wanted to see the credits. When it ends, I want to see who's the music manager, who's handling music there, so that I can look for the production and ask for that person and then send them the music that I'm using. Netflix is taking is using a lot of local content because there's music we call library music, and it's true that publishers have access to those people, but publishing, it's called ownership, publishing is ownership actually. Whoever wants to use your music needs to ask permission from you, the person who wrote that music. The reason we have a publishing company is because of the publishing company knows how to do that if you don't know how to do it. So that is why you will assign your rights to the publisher. But you cannot have a publishing company without having an agreement, So the agreement will have its own terms. It will have also what they're going to do, because the publishing company's duties are, the first one is to find jobs for the music. Because if you went to an agreement where they're going to have a percentage, you're going to have a percentage. So they need to find jobs for the music. Secondly, they need to license the music. Thirdly, they need to do administration for the music. The fourth thing that they do is to negotiate. Because when you get an advert from any product, you won't know what to negotiate because of we don't even have rights, somewhere. So publishers, they know about rates, they can negotiate better, So as I said, there are two rights. There are rights that will be requested from the master owner, and then there are rights that will be requested from the publisher, So if you can understand only those few things, because here, all you need, guys, here is a workshop. Like a serious workshop that is going to focus on different things. And the people that we need, even in those workshops, we don't just need everyone. Maybe we need to have levels, and that where we have an emerging artists who are coming in, they need to know about the studio, production, quality music and all that. We know that we're going to focus on that. And then maybe the second day or whenever, we have now people who have recorded, but they want to put their music out there. So at City Baby, there's a guy who was doing working the back end, where he's pushing the music, he knows where to put the music and all that. So I want to also bring those people, you have a projector here, you have this, we can have a class and have the internationals teaching us about the industry, That is why I'm saying, if we can be a club, if we can come together and know that if we say that there will be this, everyone will be here, And it's so unfortunate that all of us, we have to contribute because everything is money, So we know that, okay, we put money to do this thing, we are able to get Wi-Fi, we are able to get cameras, I know that there are people who have these things who can say that, okay, I don't have money or else I can provide 1, 2, 3, and then that money can work on something else. There's nothing beautiful, guys, than sitting together like this, talking, taking notes, and make sure that we act, This book has covered a lot of stuff when it comes to music rights and business. You don't want to go to show this. It has covered a lot when it comes to music rights and business. I'm writing volume 2 now where I want to talk about digital. I just want to say on it how to make money in the music industry. That's what I want to call it, so that there are people who are still asking, how do you register a record label? As if there's a special place for a record label. But record labels are just business. You go and register it as a business, and then you start operating. But now for you to get the ISRC codes, in South Africa you have to do it with RISA. Here in Botswana, you can, there's international platforms where you can actually get those codes, even if you get them from the platforms that you are using for digital distribution. It's still fine. The systems now are being changed. For you to track your royalties, even if they are outside, you have to use that international standard recording code. You see, so the book has covered a lot on that, and as it is, and as that has been covered, and then it also gives us now the way of even understanding the industry, as I said, and understanding that by putting your music out there, you are not actually losing your music, but what is more important is to keep your metadata. A metadata is the information of the song, the barcode you use, the ISRC code you use, the name you used of that song, the songwriters on that song, the duration of the song, you need to list all those things. If that song is in an album, you need to put that this song is on this album, it's set number, what, I can also share, as I said, that we need a club. I can even share a metadata so that we can start, using that for our music, So as I said, that let's treat this as business, using your name, your image, your likeness, your music, make sure that we make business out of that, you see. So as I'm talking, as I'm busy teaching, yes, I wanted also to Skimamba is the name.
You want to download alcohol.
Where's Kimbamba?
He's outside. You want to download?
Okay. He's an MC, a rapper, and his favorite song now is Drink by him, because it's honestly the realest shit I ever wrote.
Oh, okay.
And then he's saying he's feeling appreciative, he's learning quite a lot, and then it's been quite an insight day. Okay, one thing I will tell you is that I love the fact that his favorite song is his song. And I'm gonna keep this so that I can go and listen to that shit if it's real.
If you can find it.
Yeah, that's what you wrote. You know.
If you can find it.
Yeah. If I don't find it, I'm still gonna come back here and say, guys, you should not be struggling by putting your music out there. We need to make sure that we deliver to make sure that your music is out there. And your numbers should go up. And the only way for the numbers to go up, it's through us. You know, we've got so many people who can actually listen to the music, so we need to push ourselves. You know, I was saying, I don't know what I'm doing because we've got people who have information here. You know, but it feels like you are not really using them enough. You know, to help you. Or else if by comment or they are running away, we're gonna come and teach you.
Yeah, make them mad.
And then we've got Elliot Mateng. He's feeling excited. He's a music producer and entrepreneur. You'll find out that Elliot, as a music producer, is also a composer. Where is Elliot?
Right there.
The one with the glasses.
You create beats. You see what I'm saying? He's also a composer, he's a producer. But what is more important is to understand even the terms so that when we are putting our music. A producer is a nice word, my brother. But the truth is, producers are not making money in the industry. There's no money for producers. Composers are making more money than producers. A producer gets a 4% of the production, you know, between 4 and 5% of the production. And they used to have contracts. There used to be a producer contract, but now hey, they are being bought out now. They say, I know producer will pay you, and that's it, you know. So his favorite song is "Act Like They Don't Know" by KRS-One. Oh, MCs act like they don't. Okay.
Yeah, 1995.
Okay, he's actually sending a message that they act like they don't know. For sure, you know a lot. You know. And then we have Kilebochile. She's a tutor. Okay. She's happy. Favorite song is by Artie, Rolling Stone. I will listen to this. I also want to know the message, you know, within. The reason I'm doing this exercise, I won't tell you. I won't tell you. And that is J. Dot, you know. When I got here, I was down in the dumps, but all of a sudden, I'm feeling fantastic. Okay? Favorite artist is J2. Favorite song is this 50 Get or So Get?
Okay, my
Oh, it's Jay-Z. Guys, you know other people's writing, they are exactly like mine.
If you think you've seen intense, you're about to experience intense.
Okay, let's start this side. Mohammed?
Yeah. No.
Where is Mohammed? Oh, okay. Oh, Kipil. Yes? Okay. Bigger. Tentablist. He's feeling good. Odyssey, back off my mind. Okay, I understand, you know, so. It's what you call, okay, we've got touchline. What's the touchline?
He was in here for the next slide.
Is his name touchline? His touch, but there's touchline here. Okay. Waza Utouch. So I think it's his song as well.
No, favorite song.
Artie, eh?
Favorite song, touchline. Waza Utouch, that's a song by touchline.
Okay, and then Artie.
Artie is ATI, I think.
Oh, ATI.
I think that's what you can.
Okay, so you wrote two songs, ATI. It's ATI local.
Just verify if the artist you're reading is ATI
It's ATI, yes.
Yeah.
There's another, I think I read one again. That
That's
is
what I'm thinking another.
That was from her. That was from Hillary.
There should be 8.
Lawrence Serenity.
She was directed.
Oh, okay, cool. And then he's jolly and high. He's innovative. Okay, cool. You know, when I got here, guys, I think about 3 cars that passed me. They were playing AKA, you know. And then I went to some restaurant, and as they were playing music there, I think they played about 3 while I was sitting there, 3 or 4 songs of AKA. And is ATI based here locally?
Yeah.
Okay. Is he your number 1 artist?
Yeah. Someone.
Is this someone that I can take anywhere and represent you?
Where?
Proper.
No, there's no record.
Yeah?
He was on, look him up on that podcast.
Podcast.
Yeah, on Magic's podcast. Look him up on that.
But which artist I can take places and to represent Botswana?
Right here.
What's his name?
The one who came feeling down.
Okay. Do we all agree?
Oh, yes.
Yeah?
I support the motion. You make that motion.
Okay, other people are not sure. Okay. Bonola. Maletsana, I am really good. I'm really at a good place. At peace. Jesus, peace. Jesus, peace. Canon in D. Is that a song artist? Canon in D?
Canon in D is the version of the song, the Pekball song.
Okay.
It's the I'll See You When You Get There song, but the jazz saxophone version of it in a certain like
good music.
International, not local.
Just the yeah.
Okay.
Was it supposed to be local?
No.
Just check
It's supposed to be your favorite song
Okay, just
right now.
Okay. Wabo, feeling
I
chill.
won't judge you. I'm not.
Who's Wabo? Okay. Is this the name of the song?
The name of the song is up in there.
Oh, okay. So the number is mine.
Why you saying 2 hours?
Oh, sorry. Okay, I just want to.
I can't teach you everything. I can't teach you everything.
I'm very slow, guys.
I know you're slow, and not that too slow.
Okay, and then the song is Toho by Paul Sabina. I supposed to.
Toro.
So the name of the song is Toho by Paul Sabina. You know what's interesting is that I've worked with Paul in Eastern Cape. There's a beautiful music video that we shot with Americans. I did not even know you from Paul as a musician when we were there. I think we stayed for a weekend. We shot a very beautiful music video. She was, I think she was doing makeup. I don't know what else she does. It's either she was doing makeup or she was dressing the artist or the model.
Directorship of.
Yeah, but that's what she was doing. And then after that, as I said, you need to be Googleable and Shazamable. So when I was like searching musicians from Botswana, and then she popped. And I still believe that South Africa she's actually getting a response, you know, back in SA, and a good response, you know. It's a matter of whoever is working on a project to start focusing there, you know. But South Africa is not everything. Don't think that South Africa is everything. Yes, we are in the game, but we are not everything. You need to also look at other countries and push the, you know, music is like developing. I was in Tanzania recently, and musicians there, like the industry is active. You know, I'm going to Rwanda. I'm going back to Tanzania, I think in November again, for the same Access. There's a conference called Access. That's why I was saying that you need to be on music in Africa, so that you can get this information. You'll never know. I think now they are open for performances, so you need to make sure that you apply. Latoya, okay, this is interesting.
I think I gave you my full name.
Mm.
Okay.
And a number.
Exactly.
And the number as well. So also this one was. I'm really scared now to read it because.
It's like that now. Now you click.
Okay, she's a transformational leader. She's feeling good right now. Kusela by Kabza the Small. Okay. Please. Prince. Okay. Prince is feeling, oh yeah, the moon. Stalking Latoya in the name of grace. That's what. I'm reading what we can hear. Okay. It's my favorite song. It was
He's still reading Latoya.
Okay. All right. The reason I'm doing this exercise, guys, is to try and show you how amazing music is, first of all, and how broad is the industry. And the fact that Latoya is from the US, no? But she likes an artist from SA. Bonolo is from here, but she likes an artist from out there.
My favorite song, by the way, is Jordan Muzi and BK Compton. It's called I'm in Love.
From?
The locals.
Locals, yeah. But my point is... My point is, if you all had to work on a playlist, of music, by taking one song from each and every one of you, you'll find out we have different countries in one, and you don't leave Botswana in that list, which means that you are ready, when it comes to music, But the biggest issue is you are not acting, you are not really working enough to be out there. Because if I can now start searching the music on Spotify, you'll find out that the music is there, but it was released by you, but it's not on the playlist. There are so many playlists that you've missed out from. And when we check where is your music being played, you find out that there's someone in the UK who's playing your music that you don't even know, but then the numbers are there. In America, there's someone who plays your music that you don't even know. But if you can start now boosting your work or your stuff overseas, or communicating with someone who's overseas, because even when you check the playlist, no one cares about who was doing the playlist. But it's high time that we check who's doing the playlist so that we can communicate with them and say that, okay, this is the music that I'm doing, is on your line of music that you choose. Please play this me, There's a lot that we can do every day. That's why I'm saying that if we can start spending an hour, on our music and checking what is happening out there, what is trending, and then we start putting ourselves out there. When I say be Googleable, be Shazamable, like it's something that I really mean, that you need to be out there. Check which artist you love that you follow. Check that artist, where is he? How is he operating, And you need to also to be there. If that artist was on Jam Magazine, Bona Magazine, find out how to get there, If that artist's music was used in a documentary, it pains me when I'm watching a documentary from Botswana, but I hear music from outside, the whole documentary, but you don't hear anything from here, If we can also understand that to respect copyright, you don't use another person's music without that person's permission. For instance, I'll make a similar example. There will be a day as a musician where you get an email from YouTube saying that there's a conflict on the song that you've posted, which is your own song. And then it will say that, but don't worry, I will not to know why, or want to know who's fighting there. Then you can communicate with us. That means that whatever money you're going to make for your music is not going to come to you, you know, because of the, as soon as you not taking action on that, you are losing, you know, but you need to make sure that you start going back. And also, the last thing before, because I wish we can have enough time for questions, but the last thing I need to say is, if you have interest or you are looking forward to getting monies on YouTube for your work, I don't know your work, I don't know what numbers you have on YouTube, but please, please, please check this. There are three rights that you get monies from when it comes to YouTube. The first one, YouTube pays the sound, the publishing, which is the people who wrote the music. Then the second person that is paid, it will be the songwriter. Sorry, it's the songwriter which falls under publishing. And then the second person, it will be the record label, which is the owner of the masters. As I said that we have two rights, it's masters and publishing. And then the third one is the person who was shooting the video, you know, the owner of the content, you know. The reason I'm saying this is because sometimes you find out that there's something that you made a joke about, which I know it's a serious thing on other people. When you said, I think it was you, IT, you said, you need, are you a musician or are you doing comedy? You are creating content on comedy. It might not be comedy, but it might be you training or doing a video of like training people on how to get a six-pack, or how to use a certain production, or how to use a sound, how to connect the cameras and all that. Actually, you are using the content, you are shooting that. So the person who owns that shoot needs to get something, even if there's no music there. So there are those three rights, because I know other people, they will say that, no, I'm just doing tutorials, or I'm just doing podcasts, it doesn't generate me any income, and then they put it out there, and then you get a lot of subscription, and then you get a lot of views, and then you think you're not going to be paid. You're still going to be paid for owning the content. So those are the things that I need to open your eyes on. And my last words is, if we can all start now, there's no such thing called perfect. But the more you do, you become better, because now you do it and then you sit back and then you watch it. And then next time when you do it again, you do it better. Everyone comes to sing. Start now. There are people who are good musicians, who can sing very well, but they can't stand in front of people and do it in front of people. They've got, you call it stage fright, you know. Start a new business of writing songs for other people. There's nothing wrong in writing music for other people. If you know you can sing like Zahara, or you can sing like Zola or whoever, do that song. And then try it, send it to them and tell them that this is a song I've written for Zola, this is a song I've written for whoever. You can approach a record label, you can approach a publishing company. In the US, we've got a lot of people who are doing music, who are writing music. They will write it, sing it, record it, and then they will sell it. Not even sell it. You don't sell music, guys, sorry. They will license it. Licensing means borrowing. The reason I'm saying that you don't sell music, music will make you money forever. But if you've done music, even a beat, if you created a beat, you want to give it to someone, you license it to them. They have to pay you for the time that you spent in the studio, for also owning those masters for a period that they're going to be using the music. But the copyright ownership, your name must always be there. Understand? So music is business. So that one, we must never forget it. I am here, I'm still going to be here, and I'm going to be here forever. You know, as we have met like this, I don't wish anyone to struggle in doing things or making things and making sure that your stuff is out there. Even if it happens that you know that you have a plan of coming to SA and you want to be linked with whoever, let's communicate and make this thing work. I love myself and I love you. I always say it starts with us. So if we start loving ourselves and give numbers and, give numbers, and then, yeah, we can do this thing, guys. Thank you very much. I think lastly, Eddie, this book, anyone actually who's interested in having this small booklet, it's a guide in the industry.
Please ask for clarification on something that you said that was very important.
You're going to ask questions, my brother. So here you will find a lot of information that you need. It's a small booklet because I know that if I would sell a big book, we don't want to read. But this one, it will help you. It has pictures, and also there's an exercise that I'm going to do. I'm going to discuss it with Eddie as well for the next book that is coming. Because normally on my book, I always put pictures of the musicians that I believe that they're still going to make it in the industry, that I've seen, that I've heard, you know. So I'm also going to check. The reason I was doing this exercise, I'm going to take this, I'm going to check your profiles if you have everything in order. And if there's anyone who I think that deserves to be there, he'll definitely be there. You see on my next book, because the focus is in Africa on this one, not just South Africa. So, yeah, that's it. I think, yeah, for questions, do you want to give a mic or? Okay, all right, cool.
No, I can project. Thank you, Sakele. Your exposition was quite impressive. I left for 2 minutes, but I think I did get what I got. It's quite intuitive and it's very helpful. And I appreciate you for that. What I just wanted to understand in the scheme of things is when you work with industries like this, okay, let me put it this way, because I just need maybe a bit of understanding. As a journalist, obviously I'm a content producer, newspaper for 15 years, been doing this and that. And what we do in journalism is obviously that we are writing stories, putting content together, and understanding how people involved and work around issues. Okay? So you get to them. The end product is that the newspaper has to be sold. Like content, when you are making a song and everything, the end result is that it has to be sold and paid back, because talent and content has to be paid for. It's not going to create itself and just pay it. So looking at the issues like you already extrapolated, how then are we able, or should we be able, to look at music producers and content producers as say, this is a template that works for you to be able to sell your product, okay? Because at the end of the day, it's business, it's time, it's business, it's money. What is the overarching issue that young people, new people, interested people, and passionate people that are in the industry need to know, particularly about the money in the business? Because at the end of the day, it should be about the money in the business. What should they know? So that when they are taking their time building this creative arts that we have seen, how should they make the money out of it?
Okay. Is there anyone who wants to answer that for me? All right. Okay, I see. All right. No, I think what is more important, guys, is to understand first of all yourself and the roles, who you are, and what exactly are you doing. Because as I said before, that there are different income streams. As an artist, you are a performer. It's explained in this book. And as an artist, you are just a performer. I'll make a simple example. If ever I don't write music, but you're the ones who are writing music for myself, for me actually, you know, I will get bookings to go and perform. So each and every time I get that booking for a performance, I'm getting paid. I'm an artist, you see. But if ever I'm not an artist, I'm you, I'm a songwriter, I've been writing music for you That's another income stream. I want you to understand this. So as an artist, you will be getting paid for your name, for your image, for your likeness. Let's say your name is used on a product, on your face or whatever, you'll be getting paid for that. You are booked to go and perform. For you to jump on the stage and do your thing, you are getting paid for that. That's an income stream for an artist. So we've got needle time royalties in South Africa. I don't know if any other country has that yet, but in South Africa we've got needle time royalties. Every time the music is playing on radio, the person who benefits from that is the artist. The one who did not write the music from needle time is the backing vocalist, the musician who was doing backings in that recording, the person who was playing a guitar in that recording. Those are the people who get needle time. That's one income stream for an artist. If you can start understanding that, Then the second one, when you're a songwriter, you get royalties from performance royalties. You are a songwriter now. As a songwriter, you use your full name and surname, as an ID. Then you get those royalties, we call them making car royalties, and performance royalties. Those are the most important things those are the most important income streams that you need to understand. And then when it comes to now streaming of music digitally, the people who benefit again, it will be the songwriters, And then on the master side, whoever owns the masters, obviously there will be an agreement between the master owner and you as an artist. A certain percentage there that you agreed on, that's what you will be getting, But if you're an independent artist or you've released your music independently, all those royalties will be coming directly to you.
So beyond the passion, they should establish themselves as a business.
Yes. I think I've opened.
And now your royalties from IT now goes to the business, and the passion is already there, the craft is already there, but the business has to be compliant to be able to receive.
That is why I said, let's move away from artists and change that word to brand. Because when you're talking about brand, people they start taking you serious. But when you're talking about an artist, like no one cares. Even when you're proposing a lady there on the streets, oh babe, I'm an artist, and then the woman will be like, oh, I have to support this one.
Yeah.
That is like everywhere. But my point is music is business. That's what I'm saying. And I even said that can we please focus on platforms that are paying than wasting our time on platforms that are not paying. Can we learn? Can we start learning? Can we ask questions? This book has made me a lot of money. And you know how I did this book? I went to a workshop and then I listened to your questions, like what you were asking. I wrote down all those questions and then I came out with answers and then I wrote this book like question and answer, question and answer, question and answer. And then I came back, I said, you know what? I know these two guys are not writing notes. And when they get home, they'll be like, hey, I forgot what that guy was saying. But when they see the book, they will buy the book, because if they want to get home and say that, yeah, I know what does this mean. People in trouble with this book, others, they lose this book because other musicians, they see it and then they steal it because I think it's the information that they need, But today, because of Eddie, he said to me, we're not selling today, we're giving it for free. You see?
Something to close off, what we said last week on TV was that guys need to understand that, yes, it's J. the rapper. He needs to either register J. Pty Limited, he becomes an entity, and he becomes a product of the entity. So that now that's business. So now he is under a legal entity at the end of the day. He is J. the rapper, but signed to J. Pty Limited. That is how it becomes a business now.
You can do that because that also helps you on, because I was asking here if, do we have touchline here? Because I saw someone wrote
touchline, that's my name. I told you.
Okay.
Touch wasn't here for that exercise.
But my point on that is, do you know how many duplicates do we have? How many touchlines are out there? People don't even search about their artist names. And when they start booming, you find out now, there's a duplicate. And now it confuses when it comes to royalties. We don't know who to
No,
pay.
when you get to details, when you try to like put there is J dot
Yes.
in the US here, in Asia, and then they'll flag it out, say like,
Yeah. So what is more important is before you are told outside to change your name, rather have a legal name, like a name that will be registered as a business or trademark. You know, after you go and you trademark your name, and then you become business. As I'm saying, is that you become a brand. It must be easy for you to have your sneaker or your own caps or your own t-shirt or whatever brand, but knowing that that name, you know, it's legally registered and you do pay tax, and yeah, the tax comes back and yeah.
And now the Michael Jackson jacket comes out.
There's a lot. There's a lot that we've contributed in the industry. If you can do your research, you will find out that in Africa we are the greatest, let alone Botswana, South Africa, and all that. But Africa, we are influenced everywhere. You know, we've influenced the American industry. We've influenced, you know, a lot outside. You know, but we lose the ownership. You know, now the internationals are here with the systems. You know, we are using.
The mind.
Yes, we are. Even not Latoya. But we need to learn a lot from her so that we can, you know, start owning. I'm talking now about, you know, Radio Monitor. You know, Radio Monitor is an international company, but our systems, our societies, they are not even using that when it comes to collection of royalties so that they can pay us right. They are not even creating something like Radio Monitor, you know, where we know that, okay, we know how to get the royalties and all that. We don't even have one system where you can put your song and have like one information, you know. But overseas, we've got Song Trust, we've got Mint, we've got a lot of companies now that they said that, you know what, let's gather all the information and put it in one platform. And all of us now, we end up jumping to them because now you can go to Song Trust and say, how much royalties have I made online? It will give you the information that this is how much you made. Yeah. But here, our you know, those things. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. I'm here and I'm still going to be here. I'm going to do this.
You already did that.
Oh, you? Yes, ma'am.
Give him a treat.
I mean, the man mentioned that he's so...
Guys, pay attention, there's a comment.
The gentleman mentioned that he sold platinum albums. I think if we could at least appreciate 2 to 3 minutes of how he managed to do that. I think we missed it in his introduction.
So all you have to do is
I'm not disputing buying it.
No, it's not. You're not, but it's being given to you freely.
Okay, that's wonderful, but I think...
He says that he's been a platinum
Yes. You see, no, you're not explaining, sir. That's an extra fee. Here's the thing. This man he wrote this book, right? And everything is that he did up to the publishing of this book is what worked. Again. So this book costs money. It's being given to us for free. What we need to do is read this book. When you're done with this book, you will know exactly what he did to achieve what he achieved. Usually, our problem is we not even that. We want someone to tell us, to say, oh, this is what I did. The problem is when it's coming from the mouth, there's always a lot that is left unsaid. I'm telling you, trust me. It's like,
let's give him an ovation for producing platinum albums.
Oh, okay. No, just clap for him, it's fine.
Because obviously...
Alright, I did not. You see, if you had written it down, I would have understood better. Anyway, people like my jacket, but they're hating because it's not theirs, so it's fine.
This jacket.
You are savage for saying.
Exactly. Thank you, sir. Touche. What he means is this. So I wear this jacket while I'm hot because we need to start promoting our own. Okay? It's very, very important. My brother here has a whole brand. Yes, we need to start promoting that. Touch was here, but he had to step out because he's extremely exhausted. He has his brand, this is part of it. We need to start promoting. It doesn't make sense for me to go cross the border, spend 1,500 on a jacket, where my own brother is making the exact same jacket. You know, and I'm putting money in his pocket.
Eddie, can I disturb you 2 seconds?
Yeah?
Guys, we've had speakers the whole day talking. I just have one thing.
The wait first.
The one person, the one speaker hasn't spoken is Eddie.
Okay, wait first. Yeah.
Can we hear from you?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Don't worry. I'm not saying much. Don't worry. So, what I want us to do now, I need to move this side. No, don't worry. That's not for me. What I'd like us to do now is just to really take time to appreciate each other's businesses. And I'm choosing not to say hustle because hustle culture needs to die. Hustle culture is unhealthy, unproductive, and it does not lead to lasting success.
And we need to take that.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So we need to take time to appreciate each other's businesses, what we do. So there's some people who are going to come up and they're going to tell us what they do, right? It's going to take 5 to 10 minutes, not longer than 10 minutes, okay? So you come up, introduce yourself, let us know what you do and why. All right? Who you are, what you do, and why you do it. Just 3 things. 5 to 10 minutes.
What you do and when you do it.
Who you are,
Who, what, and why. All right? If you're not doing, and it has to be a business. I don't want you to tell me I sing in the shower. No. A business. If you don't have a business, don't come out. All right? So, ma'am.
What's my name?
No, do you have who, what, and why? I'm not always going to say who. You like it? Miss Latoya Deschamps. To reintroduce herself, tell us what she does and pourquoi.
Hi everybody, good evening. Good evening. I know you've been sitting for a while. Let me know you're still alive. Good evening everybody else. We're going to do an activity where you guys have to get up. Good evening. I'm Latoya Deschamps, transformational leader to creative entrepreneurs. I help you guys realize your potential and become the best you can be, okay? Hi, Dumala. People, I heard you say, oh, it's hard to talk about why. Why is very important. So since I do have a company profile, I'm just I know it. I can go off the dome. So why do I do this, right? Everything we talked about that I've heard today, we know that we have a lack of capital to start successful businesses. So number one, I want to help creatives get money, right? But also what we've heard is that you need the education, you need resources, and you need mentorship to be able to have a successful businesses. We know that as a whole, creatives go into entrepreneurship because they want to use their talents to have personal freedom and acquire wealth, right? Everything that I've heard today is surrounding that, okay? We want to have wealth and be free. So again, why is very important is just that when I start speaking with you, because I deal with a plethora of creators, it's what do you want to do? And then it's why you want to do it. I call this the high achievers method, okay? And so why you want to do it is so important, but not the first why. It's like the 5th why, because the 5th why is like, I just want to take care of my family. I just want to be good and stable at our core. And so, again, we say we want something, but then what I've been hearing, especially from the last speaker, so eloquently said, what are you doing to actually get it? You know, so there's a disconnect. There's a misalignment of this is what I want, but this is what I have to do to get it. And that's called what I call the required work, right? Not just the work to make it look like we're busy. The required work that moves us from suffering, right, now to stable, right? From stable to abundant. And so my company is called Patent Leather Project, and through there we offer personal coaching, business consulting, and training workshops. I just had a workshop last weekend. It's called Better Creative. They're all called Better Creative. And so essentially what we go through is the High Achievers Method, which is an information gathering session, right, of what it is you really want and how is it going to impact your life. In that session and in that time, right, I call that behind every face is a story. And this is you getting to know who you are and who you are not, which is really valuable to assess. Okay? In that time, we talk about what is it that you're going to prioritize? What are your values? Okay? What are you willing to sacrifice? So again, a lot of what he didn't say just straightforward, what he's challenging you, the last speaker, is how are you showing up for yourself? Because we can blame everyone else, but at the end of the day, this is always you versus you. It's never against anyone else. And certainly if you're a creative, you need to eliminate the excuses. Because no one's gonna, there's no reward for that. Your excuses won't land you opportunities, right? Once we move there, right, it's all about what I call mastering the basics. Right, this is basic talk here, which I've created through my company, the Hierarchy of Personal Freedom. Right, because remember, we mentioned freedom. So the whole framework is the blueprint to personal freedom. And so the hierarchy or the pathway is the road in which you take. So the woman in the back, she wanted to know exactly how you did it so that you can get those platinum records. But you talked about it, because really it's mastering the basics. It's your spiritual, how grounded you are in this journey. It's your mental and your physical health, the stamina that you have so that you be able to endure life difficulties. Right? It's the relationships, the people, the places, and the things that you still have in your life that is keeping you from getting to the money. Right? And then we talk about your career and your finances. Most people don't have a clue as to what success looks like in a dollar amount. They just say they want money. They just say they want the house. Or they just say they want to be good out here. But have you sat down and really get clear on the life you really want? Have you designed that life? Put a dollar amount to it. Because see, when I did that, right, I said I didn't want to live in America. I want this kind of house. I want it to be overlooking this water. I want this much house help. So I need this much money to be successful. And so in doing that, as I'm setting up the life I want and my strategy, as I'm goal setting, as I'm getting the strategy to success, I'm able to make the dream bigger, which is the second pillar of my company, enter the dreaming zone, which is the radical level of belief, or that place you don't think you should be. You guys want these big careers, but you haven't even quantified what it looks like when you get it. And that's why you don't get it, because a lot of times we're running away from something. And we're using creative entrepreneurship as the thing we mask to really not deal with ourselves. Okay? Because that's where a lot of people are entrepreneurs, because there's not a lot of money out here. Since COVID-19, people don't have jobs. It's hard to get a job. Everything. If we're not being real with this thing that we really want to, we say we really want to do, and we're not building a strategy to actually get there, then why do you think somebody else should be paying you attention and paying you money for your services? Okay? So that's why the business consulting part is so important. But before that, mastering the basics is all about mastering good habits and good discipline. It's the simple stuff. He wrote a simple book. He wrote a small book because he knows people don't read. But the reality is, what are you going to do in that level, in that space to educate yourself? Because this book is not going to cut it. It's going to have to be more things you're going to have to do. Research is the biggest part of creative entrepreneurship because you have to be more curious than you are judgmental. And so when you guys are out here, one of the things that I can tell when people are grappling, struggling, is when you are defensive. And I do it too. I'm a creative as well, right? This is so personal to us. But if we don't have that community, which is what you've been talking about, which is the third pillar of my company, it all ends with community, then you're not going to get the necessary tools. You're not going to get the motivation, the empowerment, the motivation that comes with only being around people that want to see you get where you want to go. Right? So you need to know who you are and who you aren't. You need to sit down and give it the time that it deserves to write a good strategy on the life you want personally and professionally. And you gotta be vulnerable enough to tell some people, I need some help. I'm struggling, I don't have the money. Right? You're not the only one. It's a statistic that we all need cash. You're just courageous enough to call it out. We think we don't have things, so we always want to blame government or private companies. But instead of thinking about what we don't have, let's think about what we do have. Let's just stay there for a while. And so when you work with Patent Leather Project, that is my goal, to give you, to develop the resources to you, to give them out to you so that you can see a better space and place for you and realize your full potential. But also let me help guide you. Let me help give you some feedback. Let me help motivate you. Okay? I would consider myself a mentor because I've been where some of you guys want to go in terms of obtaining the financial abundance. I've transformed my entire life, but I count my transformation at the financial abundance because I know for a lot of us, we'll feel good and safe and secure once we have that money in the bank. But once you really start showing up for yourself, what you can achieve is so much, and it's so beyond Botswana, it's so beyond South Africa, and it can be so beyond Africa as well. Now, do not look at me and dismiss me as the American girl who you think has had it easy. I have been where I'm a personal makeup artist, a high profile talent. That is my creative job. I've been doing that for about 17 years. I work out of LA, and so I work on people who need to be on camera. I do not have a 9 to 5. It's literally I have to wake up and go and get my client. I have to go and get my money. I struggled. I didn't have any. The bills kept on coming. I didn't have support from family. I'm going through stuff. I have chronic health. I got all type of life difficulties coming at me. And still, the thing that made me get to where I want was me versus me. Me deciding what is the one thing that I can do to show up for myself. Okay? You clap, but I wasn't done. My conclusion is almost there. Okay? I just want to say the part that I know you guys like to hear because it's more tangible. When we talk about business consulting, the Better Creative Framework is really centered around helping you figure out your signature service, the service that you want to be known for, okay? So that you can use that service to leverage into other opportunities. I hear so many people calling out these multifaceted things that they do, right? I'm this and I'm that and I'm that. You're probably a jack of all trades and a master of none. And that is why you're not getting the money that you want. So it is important that you master your craft so that you can leverage it into other opportunities, okay? It takes about 7 to 8 years to master your craft. Once you are in that process of knowing your signature service, you are building your assets. He talked about it a lot. Depending on the arena you are in is the asset that you need to produce. For makeup, it's a portfolio. For music, it's probably YouTube, Spotify, and the list goes on. After that, we talk about going ahead and selling and marketing your services, right? If you're not talking to your friends, your past clients, mentors, if you're not cold calling, if you're not engaging in the social media, you guys think that it's not available to you, but it's right there. You're on social media all day, yet you choose to listen to something else versus go and engage with someone who can help you. Right? The last step is obviously closing the deal and negotiating your contracts. And so what are the questions that you need to ask to get to a real number of what you should charge? This is why mentorship is important, because these people will literally just give you the game. And that gives you confidence to go and ask for that amount. But they'll also be able to align the value in which you show. I'm not going to say the value in which you are, the value in which you show, which is that portfolio, and how that will align with the dollar amount that you want to make. So that's a little bit in the business consulting part, but really this is all about personal development. Who are you and who are you not? And when you work with me, that is the journey that we go on. I'm Latoya Deshawn. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, that was dope. So, Mr. Sean set the tone.
Then you're a sick beat.
Yeah, okay. No, mainly we have a special thing we want to do. So do you want to talk first and then we do the thing? This is the thing. No, because you need to dash as well. Okay, no. Let's have someone come while I set up my East thing. Who's next? There we go.
He had 2 hours. Yeah, the whole day. Huh? He had 2 hours.
Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Don't understand.
Good evening, everybody.
Good night.
Right. My name is Kilabushila Karen. On social media, that's my name. I'm a tutor. I do JC, Junior School, and BGCSE. I only do one-on-one consulting. In other words, I don't do group classes. The reason why I tutor is because I like education. I believe transformation can happen only if people actually are informed, but not only informed with the right information. Because right now, just sitting here, I realized we have garbage information that we're carrying around and thinking it's knowledge, whereas it's nonsense. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do with education. But otherwise, in the entertainment industry, I am part of a project that started last year. It's called Intimate Art Pass. Facebook right now, Google, YouTube, please. We are a platform for emerging artists in whatever category, whatever art is. We're trying to facilitate a platform that pays, first of all, that pays artists, because in Botswana, as we know, we have a problem of artists, whoever they are, performing for exposure. So we're trying to cultivate a culture of artists should start being paid. So our show is held in UB. Every first Sunday.
Hello everyone. If I have your ears, I'm okay. You don't have to look at me for me to know you're listening. It's cool. No, you listen with your ears, it's not with your eyes, so it's cool. That's fine. My name is Bonolo Malafane. I'm a film and TV actress as well as a voice actress. I'm also a board member and a PR practitioner for our NGO. So, and I'm going to bring it back home why I'm going to speak about our NGO. Our NGO is called the New Right Kids Science Labs. You've just so wonderfully spoken about the importance of having the right information. So our NGO's mandate is pretty much to support, I'm not used to this type of mic, sorry, to support or help the curriculum that exists to be able to be tutored in a way that kids can be able to adapt to what is being learned. So our focus is predominantly, people know of something called STEM. We have recoined it to call it STEAM, meaning science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. The reason being to include people like ourselves. Because so often, so many people are artists, but if we have an acronym that is deliberately excluding us, then who is going to advocate for us in the end? Who is going to be able to listen to the story of a child who wants to become a writer, who wants to become an actress, who wants to become any kind of artist they want to be, whether in the culinary arts or whatever form of art it may be. So, and why I'm mentioning this is because I am a film and TV actress, as I mentioned. The reason why I got into film is so I could tell stories, to impact the world through storytelling in the best way I know how. Because every time I get given a character, I have to live through their real experience, which means I have to confront my own traumas of whatever triggers and whatever situations I've been in, or sometimes that I'm yet to become. Because we've realized something also, as an artist, you may realize that art tends to imitate life, or vice versa. So I get to kind of wear all these hats of these characters, but in reflection, it's actually a form of counseling for myself. As an example, there's a docudrama that we filmed in Botswana in 2020 called Dukunya Tsarna, which speaks about child abuse and GBV. It's streaming on UPIC, which is our only video on demand service platform in Botswana. Yeah. So the rate on a bigger problem. And why I think this is because I had issues of my own growing up that I was exposed to that had to do with abuse. I didn't know that I still had those traumas until I was given that role. So immediately I was like, damn, this mirror. So those tears of those moments meditating towards the character were real. Those moments where now the room ends up wanting to cry with you because it's so real. So for me, storytelling is not just about becoming famous or becoming the person that people think you're so great at what you do. No, it's my way of counseling myself and my way of saying I can have a conversation in this way, the best way that I know how, because I'm better at expressing myself this way than sitting and talking to a therapist, as an example. So it's my therapy, and I'm hoping that through this therapy, I can help other people be able to recognize what it is that they need to confront. So essentially, as a whole, holistic aspect of what I'm trying to present to you is that on the side, I've created and curated a database of creatives under my company, because I used to work as a production manager for a certain film company, so I used to do a lot of casting calls. And so we do a high concentration of corporates, ranging from the biggest networks, Mascom, well, the three we have, Mascom, BTC, Orange. I've worked with Okavango Diamond Company through the film that I was working for as a production manager, which is Abi Films. So I've worked on various sets, but the point is to say, there were so many creatives I've run into, and they'd always say to me, Bonolo, when is the next job? And it felt wrong to me that every single time people see me, their first question is, where's the next job? Because I didn't even have enough to give them. So the best thing that I could do was to create a database that can allow me to share every single opportunity that there is out there for any creative within whichever region. Within this network, there's people who are in the UK. One of the people I speak about has been on Broadway. Donald Moon, some of you know him, some of you don't. There's people like Bishop Maponga. He's somebody who's well known. You know, there are people that are incredible on that platform. It's not about your age, it's just about the fact that you are an artist and you see art as something relevant, you see art as a communication tool and a way for us to connect, because as people, we're experiencing constantly some form of interaction and connection every single day that we wake up. That's why in COVID things were tough, because we're social creatures by design. So this is just my way of saying, if you want to be on the database, please feel free. But do know that because our industry is not yet sustainable, the kind of opportunities I tend to share are industry driven for now, but sometimes I'm forced to now share corporate jobs, because we know that our industry cannot yet sustain somebody to wake up and go to a Mubango, you know, a Scandal, an Isidingo every day for a 3-year contract, so that people can be able to generate an income while trying to build themselves towards the brand they want to become. So that is it in a nutshell, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you much.
Yeah, sure.
On a sick beat.
This is where I come in now. This is what I do for a living. Fix things. Fix things.
What are you doing? Fix What do you want to fix?
Greens?
I'm going back to the mic.
Everything else, speak to the meeting.
You wanna come and fix it?
No, I see now. This is what the point is. Totally just have to work now.
You want us to bring the jacket?
Oh!
You wanna fix the jacket?
I think you're getting a little bit early. Do we need to bring the jacket?
You told us about the jacket. Let's see the jacket.
Oh no!
We just came through the front door. Eddie doesn't want to play ball.
King.
Why are you stressed?
It's the jacket, bro. That's not the jacket, bro.
Don't stress, man.
Just wear the jacket, bro.
I got this. Why are you stressing?
Auxilia.
The magic is in the job today.
Jacket.